Welcome everybody to our, what's today's date? January 24th City Commission work session. Appreciate you all being here. We'll call the meeting to order. And if you would please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, under presentations, we have the Love Your Library Month proclamation. I will turn that over to Commissioner Walker, and is Phyllis here? Come on up.
Here in her book dress. Right.
Commissioner Walker will read that proclamation.
Yeah, I love that book dress.
Make some comments and give comments to Phyllis.
The whole team with me.
Yay.
Oh, great. Welcome.
All right.
Well, I just want to thank you for the tour on Friday. What a tremendous facility you have there, and it's just an awesome resource for this community. So, Love Your Library Month 2023. Whereas libraries connect people, materials, and culture to build and sustain a diverse and vibrant community, and whereas in a world undergoing constant change, libraries provide an enduring connections to the past and future of our communities, nations, and civilizations. And whereas the expansion of electronic networks linking libraries and their resources make possible better and more easily accessible information for library users around the world. And whereas libraries provide entry to important research about health economics, housing, the environment, and countless other areas to support better living conditions and to help people lead longer, more productive, and fulfilling lives. And whereas the Dunedin Public Library offers story times, teen programming, summer reading programs to encourage children to begin and continue habits of reading that will benefit their personal and professional lives. And whereas the Dunedin Public Library supports a competitive workforce with basic literacy programs, computers, small business startup, job searching, and other resources to support businesses and economic development. And whereas the Dunedin Public Library engages the people of Dunedin with services, spaces, and resources to enrich their lives and the life of our community. And whereas the Dunedin Public Library creates a welcoming environment for everybody to celebrate the joy of literacy, learning, creating, communicating, and cultural exchange. Now, therefore, I, Robert Walker, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Commissioner of the City of Dunedin, Florida, and on behalf of the entire City Commission, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Love Your Library Month in Dunedin, and encourage all residents to visit our library and thank library staff for their hard work and dedication to making the Dunedin Public Library a cultural destination of our city.
Aren't we so lucky? We have an amazing library, and I first want to thank our library staff. We have an amazing staff, and I brought with me today our library management team. They are helping me to make our library just world class, and we're so fortunate. I also want to thank our friends of the library, our foundation, our advisory. They're all so supportive of us, and they're our best spokespeople about how wonderful our city is and what we offer at the library. So to celebrate Love Your Library Month, our Friends of the Library have their annual book sale, and this is their biggest fundraiser of the year. All the money raised helps to support our programming for kids, teens, and adults. And we have an amazing winter spring planned along with a great summer reading program. So the book sale kicks off on Wednesday, February 1st. That's our members only reception. If you're not a member, you can join on the spot. It's from 6 to 8 p.m. So you'll get first look at all the books. And then the book sale continues February 2nd through the 4th. From 9:30 to 3 p.m. So we hope that you can join us at our book sale. And if not, stop by, visit our library. We have resources in-house and online, and just so proud of our staff. So we really want to recognize them this month. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, now we'll go on to citizen input. This is a time for anyone to come forward and speak to any item that is not already on the agenda. Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record, and we'll have 3 minutes at the clock.
3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Denise Minch. I live at 2024 Gulfview Boulevard in Dunedin, Michigan. I have reviewed the Sterling Park Master Plan survey results, which seriously question the city's plan to install either a pickleball court or a dog park in Sterling Park. Over 500 people out of roughly 1,300 respondents, or 44%, oppose the pickleball courts, and almost 700 people, or 53%, oppose a dog park. This is serious, significant opposition. I am here to ask the Commission to think about the wisest use for Sterling Park as we move forward. Dunedin now has a chance not only to preserve the precious green space, but to offer our citizens and future generations an educational experience that might otherwise be lost. There are 2 exciting opportunities that have already been presented to you. First, that Sterling Park be dedicated as a Veterans Memorial Park. Both my parents were veterans. My son is an active duty Army officer, so I know personally what sacrifices our men and women in uniform do for our country. To honor our vets in this way would be a wonderful acknowledgement of our appreciation and esteem for their service. Second, to be developed in conjunction with the Veterans Park is a stormwater environmental education park. This proposal has been unanimously endorsed by the Dunedin Citizen Stormwater Advisory Committee. Done right, done the Dunedin way, a stormwater educational park can be a true showcase. There's nothing like it in all of Pinellas County, and there are very few in the state of Florida. With these proposals in mind, our citizen group is actively gathering support. We've contacted the local veterans group, and we've gotten positive feedback. You should be expecting to hear from them shortly. We have also been in touch with Blue Green Connections, the Suncoast Sierra Club, the Florida Native Plant Society, and the Audubon Society. We know these groups work diligently with the city to acquire the Gladys Douglas property, and we anticipate they will be eager to help the city form a new vision for Sterling Park. Mayor and commissioners, let's not miss this moment. Let's work together to preserve Sterling Park and make it an enduring legacy for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping, please. And it's not because we don't want to hear that you're happy about what she said. It's just a respect for those who might disagree. Okay, anyone else wish to come forward and speak to any item that is not already on the agenda? Come on down. Hi, welcome. Name and address for the record.
Laura Oldred, 946 Highland Avenue, Unit 19, Gramercy Court. You're all looking at me like I've gotten your emails. This might be on the agenda. I just want to talk about the road closures for the festivals.
That is up next on consent
Do you want me to
agenda.
come back?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Do I have to say my name and address again?
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda. We have board and committee appointments, the Architectural Review Committee, the Code Enforcement Board, Historic Preservation, and the Military Advisory Committee. We have the Flanagan's Irish Pub, St. Patrick's Day celebration, and we have water distribution system master agreement for meter reading services in the amount of $71,000. Are there any items to be pulled?
I would like to pull the last one that you just read, the water.
Water distribution?
Yes, and just for information purposes solely.
Okay.
I understand it as both.
Sure. Any other items to be pulled? Okay. So we'll go ahead and pull the water distribution item. Who's in charge of that? Matt? Morning. Hey, Matt. Are you asking for a full presentation?
No, ma'am, no, just if just information purposes for the folks listening.
Okay, so you want a full presentation then?
A generality, yeah, sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that
Thank you,
means
Mayor.
short and sweet.
Yes.
Summarize.
Understood. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. My name is Matt Woodham. This is Gene Hawkwater. We are bringing this subject and item before you for the Badger Beacon AMA Managed Solutions Master Agreement to facilitate the city's meter reading services budgeted at $71,000 and increases over time for the next, I think, 5 years in the fiscal year '23. Jean has the background information for us, so she would be happy to share that with you.
Good morning. Thank you. The Badger meter is the sole source provider for all of our meters, registers, and endpoints throughout our distribution system. We are gradually having to switch from the old-style radio registers that we have been using for the past 15 years or so, and we're moving to cellular registers. This is required because the Badger is no longer making the radio registers anymore. Of course, with this new technology, we have new advantages. The benefits of more reads per day. We'll get 4 reads per day through the cellular system, whereas the radio system, we would get 1 read a month while driving around to get the reads. There's also portals available to city staff as well as to residents as the cellular registers are being switched out. The residents have a ion water system that they can have access to. Another addition is a conservation of water. By finding leaks sooner, we'll be able to be able to save water and actually save dollars on our residents' pocketbooks if they have a big leak. So the app has a trigger where you can alert if you have an active leak. The portal that is being used is required for billing purposes. It's required to use when we use these cellular registers. The utility billing will send files back and forth with their portal to make sure we have accurate billing information every month when we're doing our billing. The master agreement that we're looking to execute, as Badger is a sole source provider, we do not have to go out and get bids. We are able to use Badger only. The contract has a 5-year term with 2 additional 5 years that we can extend. For increases in the fees, they can only increase at the 5-year contract extension date, and the most they will increase is 7.5% per 5 years. The costs that we're incurring on these registers is 89 cents per cellular unit. Currently, once the agreement is executed, it will go down to 75 cents per unit. While the individual fee will decrease per unit, the cost will increase because we are changing out about 200 registers per month. So it's happening gradually, but the fees, that's why if you notice, and I'll get there, but the fees are going to be increasing. There is a mobile service fee also for the radio endpoints. As we take the radios out and start using the cellular, that fee will disappear. There's also a couple of license fees that about $2,500 or so that will disappear once we are 100% cellular.
Did you have any
Was
more
that the
questions?
short version?
We have much more information.
Yeah.
Any
Sorry.
questions, Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
No, but thank you very much. I wanted
No
folks to
problem.
understand what was happening. Matt, thank you. And
Jean's worked very hard on this,
Yeah.
and so she's very proud of it.
It's been my baby.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good job.
Anyone else have any questions? I remember when we did the first round of automated meter reading.
Yeah.
That shows my age. I was here for that. Okay, any public input on the meter reading? All right, come back. Is there a motion to approve the water distribution system?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Franny. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank
So,
you.
Mayor, Jean is not one of our normal presenters, and I think she did a fantastic job.
You did.
Totally did.
Hopefully we didn't make you too nervous.
It's
All
always
right.
Good to see Matt, right?
So back to the rest of the
Sorry, Matt,
consent
you did fine.
agenda.
Yeah, you did okay.
Back to the rest of the consent agenda. We have the board and committee appointments and Flanagan's revocable license. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Are we listening to input first or
No, we're gonna,
do it the motion first?
yes.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
I do know what I'm doing.
No, I know you do, I know you do.
Who made the motion? Did anybody make
I
the
did,
motion?
I did.
Okay.
Sorry.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Twinga and
Second.
Commissioner Walker. Okay. Anyone wish to come forward and speak to the consent agenda? That's you, Laura. Yep. Come on down. Hi.
Laura Oldred, close enough. Laura Oldred, 946 Highland Avenue, Unit 19 in Gramercy Court. You close the roads for festivals, you close Highland, you close Douglas. Unfortunately, you leave Howard Avenue open. Howard Avenue is a dead end with no parking, and I live at the entrance to Gramercy on Howard Avenue. So cars come down, create gridlock, realize there's no parking on Howard or in our development, and try to U-turn their way out of it. Last festival was a nightmare. Someone's going to get hurt. I just need you guys to maybe consider either putting a blockade saying, you know, no parking or dead-end street, because the dead-end street's like 10 feet in the air. People miss it, but it's dangerous. And the more people that come and look for parking, they're not going to find it down there at all. And it's awful. I feel so bad. This one woman almost got T-boned.
Okay.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
Thank you, Laura. Jennifer, you can manage that, right?
Yes, we'll have Public Works Streets have a look.
Okay. You're welcome.
Do you need any help, Jennifer?
Anyone else wish to come forward and speak to any of the other consent agenda items? Okay. Any final comments on those things? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Action items. We have the fiscal year 23 outfall piping repair contract. Staff does recommend postponing this to a date uncertain as we complete the contract pricing and confirm availability of the National Purchasing Cooperative. So can I have a motion to postpone to a date uncertain?
So moved.
Second.
Vice Mayor Twonga and Commissioner Gao. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, next action item is the Mies Materials Building Parking Lot update. I'll turn that over to Jennifer, Bob, and
Bob will be doing the
Jorge and anybody
presentation.
else.
We've had a lot of activity on this particular item.
I am quite
In
sure.
the last
Yes.
city commission meeting and this
A
one.
lot of
so
positive activity.
Yeah,
yes.
very positive.
Must be some beating up behind the scenes.
Jorge's going to join Bob as well.
Good morning, Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development Director, here to talk to you about the Mies Materials Building, the partnership with Baycare. I have Jorge with me and also Keith Fogarty and Andy Pageant and Patrick with engineering have also worked on this project. The last time we came to you at the last commission meeting, we discussed two options for this. One was at the $300,000 level and one was at the $500,000 level. The 500 was with regard to demolition of the building, taking down the retaining walls and building a parking lot. What we heard that day was that, geez, we really want to see the building come down because initially staff was recommending the $300,000 option, keeping the building up, looking at some cost savings. What we heard that day was the commission really wanted to see the building come down, which we agree with, and also can you expedite it? And I'm going to give kudos here to Jorge. Jorge took a look at it, came up with some valued engineering, and studied it with his engineering department, and came up with a way that two things could be accomplished. One, reduce the cost, and expedite it on a temporary type nature. There is a contract that we can piggyback with the county. The name of the company is Cross Construction. And for approximately $36,000, we can go ahead and get the building down, take down the retaining walls, and then utilize city forces. That's why Keith is here. Keith would, after it's demolished, the retaining walls and the building, would do the grading. And Jorge's idea was, let's get rid of the retaining walls completely. We can save those dollars, and we can get this at grade, and we can get this done very quickly. It would also utilize temporary millings that are coming over from City Hall at no cost, which could be stockpiled on the Gateway property and then utilized, and Keith would be putting them down. So we're kind of excited to share this with you. Jorge spent a lot of time taking a look at this and coming up with a creative idea to, again, get costs way down and expedite it. I want to go ahead and also make it clear, though, that this is a temporary expedited measure. To make it a full parking lot with asphalt, grading, and landscaping, we still need the original budget which we had, which was $300,000 for this project, and that would come at a later date, probably late summer, because engineering would design it. We'd have to go out to bid and so on and so forth and bring it back to you. But both myself, Keith, Jorge, for certain are here to answer any questions that you might have. And what we're looking at today is direction to move forward with this revised concept and going ahead and utilizing cross-construction, which is on the county list. We piggyback, and then we would do delegated authority with the city manager, Jennifer Bramley.
Well, thank you both. Damn, we didn't see that coming.
Sure didn't.
Great job.
Jorge came up with a great idea. He took a look at it and said, geez, we don't need to go in this direction. So it was a 180. So him and his engineering
We do have some
department.
creative souls, don't we?
I thought
Thank
it was
you very
a
much.
typo.
And-
Like, okay, they missed it 0 in here. like,
Absolutely. And thank you for Keith. His public services division is going to be doing quite a bit of work out there to get this thing to where it needs to be. And Keith's always done that for pretty much everything you see downtown, he's got fingerprints on. So we certainly appreciate that also.
Aren't you glad we asked the question? I mean,
Yeah, no, listen, this is, staff listened, heard. Kudos again to Jorge, kudos to Keith, kudos to Andy and Patrick for coming up again with this design aspect. So, yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about. And so, yeah, we're very happy to bring it to you today.
If I could add, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, it was kind of following that last meeting. It was kind of one of these perfect storm situations. We were able to, as Bob mentioned, leverage the ongoing City Hall construction project. I had just met that morning with the paving subcontractor, and I knew the schedule that was going on for the work around the perimeter of the building. So I reached out to them and said, did your price include the millings, or would you be willing to provide those to the city at no cost? And so that answer was yes. And then working with Keith, knowing that the original quote that he had gotten was for the demolition of the building. As that project had progressed, there was an effort to try to save the existing paving that was on site, which then forced the retention of keeping the retaining walls. But as we looked at the original agreement and then the commission's desire to take the building down, as I mentioned, we were able to kind of take that perfect storm, millings that were available, Keith coordinating with his staff to, once the building and the pavement's removed, to lower the grades, and then utilizing a previous design that engineering had developed for the parking lot to be able to at least achieve a millings parking lot that'll have about 60 parking spaces on it while we proceed with an option of either doing a change order to the City Hall contract for paving the parking lot in the future, or bidding that with a future paving contract. So we'll kind of listen to the commission and try to look at different options, and took advantage of some things that were ongoing at the time. So.
Yeah.
We do actually have some influence sometimes.
yeah, well, we get a little credit.
Yeah, in sum, if you remember, we had the original Bay Care agreement, which called for where we're going to, which was February of 2022. So that original agreement's good in place. We don't need amendment. They're good. We talked to Bay Care, so everything's on track with final commission direction.
And Keith enjoys any opportunity to use the big toys that he has.
Oh, of course he does. All right, any questions for, yes, ma'am?
So I just want to be clear on, for the overall site, how many parking spots are we going to have?
Yeah, we're somewhere around the 58 to 60 number. It's quite significant in parking
So I
spaces.
thought on the last one that we were kind of between the 300,000 and 500,000. It was like 32 spots and 56 spots or something.
Yeah, we're looking at a few more
And
now.
that we already had 32 spots, so this was an additional.
Correct.
This is parking where the building was.
So
if you
so
look
we
at
have
the packet-
32 current spots right now?
Correct.
So this adds another 60?
No. It adds the additional amount to get to 60.
It's like
so
24,
Yeah,
25,
28.
whatever.
Essentially
That's what we
doubles.
determined last time.
28 spots. Or like
There's
28 spots.
a site plan in the packet that kind
No,
of.
no, I see it. I guess I was thinking that we had the 32 existing, and last time we were kind of back and forth between
Right.
32 and and
60, I think it
56
was.
Yeah,
altogether.
this would add another 28
Altogether.
parking spots.
Okay, well, okay.
But much more user-friendly nature, too.
No, I got it. I thought we were
Sure.
getting another 20
No,
spots.
it
Okay.
is not.
All right, well, that's good clarity. And then the other thing is the term of the agreement's already started, right? So for this part of it, we'll be like 7 months into the 10 years to take advantage of that response.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, so I just want to confirm that that $300,000 estimate will include the leveling, the improvement to the parking lot, the repaving, and the landscaping.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm using that 300 budget, but we need final design and cost estimate. So we're thinking that's a range. So, but yes, we're hoping to be on that number.
If I could clarify, so.
At this point, we don't know.
Yeah,
It'll be
we have yet to, well,
mean,
the advantage of this process is we can take the building down, we can lower the site, we can put in millings and create a parking lot that can be used immediately. While that's ongoing, engineering is going to continue the permitting and design process to get it to a point where we can either issue it as a change order to solicit a price, or we can include it in a future bid. So given the volatility in the construction market right now, it's hard to say with certainty that, yes, we can get it done for $250,000 or $300,000. We'll see. We'll do our best.
Yeah.
But in the interim, worst-case scenario, you've got 60 parking spaces.
We still have it, it just may not be pretty.
I think it's important to note, too, that of all the parking lots we lease, this will be the largest user-friendly parking lot that we have. It's larger than Ocean Optics. It's larger than the Gracie lot and some of the others.
Very good.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I appreciate the fact that it's an estimate. I'll reserve the landscaping and essentially the improvement of the property, though, because it is a gateway into downtown Dunedin, needs to reflect the character of what downtown Dunedin.
Agreed.
And so that was the thing. I just wanted to confirm that, that's other items that you're looking at.
Absolutely, and I think with the commission direction, getting that building down, that building doesn't have any architectural characterities
Yeah,
that
it's
are
as
real
ugly
favorable.
as sin.
Okay, so
We just got
The well house next to it looks better than that building does.
that is the nicest well house.
I pass by that well house every day.
That's the
It's the
nicest-
cutest little well house. It is. But the darn building looks like caca.
That is the nicest well
That's
house
the most
in the county.
expensive well house we have.
Yeah,
Well, there's a reason for that.
yeah, we spent a lot of time because with the original gateway with
That's
Pizzuti
right.
on that deal, but yes. But yeah, I know, agree, Commissioner, it needs to have
Okay, Doug.
landscaping features.
Always
We
looking
just
out
got
for
a
the
window
enterprise fund.
into Commissioner Walker's priorities. I like that.
Very good,
Agreed
I like it
totally.
too.
Do you have anything you wanted to ask
Yes,
or
I do.
say?
This is also for clarity's sake, but I know Bob wanted to move into that little
Yeah,
well
well
house,
house.
and his wife wouldn't let him, but that's another story. So,
I think that's a great.
Oh, she might every once in a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
It's the house that Bob built.
surprised she didn't
Yeah.
want it.
The enterprise fund will victim.
Essentially, what we got here was an opportunity to have an immediate parking lot and stay with the original budget and then have it improved at a later date.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
essentially what we have.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is nicer than Dunedin Station Square where we have dirt, this is gonna be a pretty
Yeah, I hate that.
functional, I know, Mayor,
They
yeah.
use it every week, but I
I
hate
know.
it.
So this will be a pretty good functional, and then we'll be able to come back to you with a final design cost estimate to make it happen.
Any extra millings, by the way, that you can throw over there?
Yeah. The other thing I want to just
We use a
mention.
lot here.
Mention too is, if you remember, this is part of the DEEP, Downtown East End Plan. Here's another component between City Hall, Skinner, this property, the gateway, all this is happening as part of the DEEP. Pretty cool. In a 3-4 year time period, we're checking off the boxes. So this is not a plan that's staying on the shelf by any measure.
Thank you, Mayor. Ray, and the reason we're talking about parking is we have a parking issue downtown. And a major problem with the parking we currently have is that we actually don't own the property, right? We don't own Ocean Optics, et cetera, et cetera. And so now we're gonna use $336,000 for parking on land we don't own.
That we're not paying rent for.
Yeah, no rent.
We're not paying, 15 years, $336,000 divided by 15 years. Consider that rent, consider that, it's money out the door, whatever. Right, so that is what we're doing, is we're
That is
spending
correct.
money
Yes.
on land we don't own,
Yes.
when the problem we have with parking is because it's land we don't own. Just want to say that.
Well,
Okay,
It doesn't mean, though, that we're never going to own it.
well, the city just paid.
Just saying.
The city just
well,
paid.
yeah,
We
but
throw money on lease costs all day long, so
Well,
at least this, you know, I get it.
I'm, right, that, just
Well-
making a point.
Yeah,
The
no,
city just
it's
paid
fair.
the city just paid $4 million for the
It's fair.
property on the corner there, so.
Very good point.
Yes, we
Anything
did.
Fair point.
And so one, at least it does make this a lot more palatable, the fact that we're able to use the entire space for leveled parking as opposed to, because it was my understanding before that the slope was too deep. We were never gonna be able to make it one lot, so at least it is a little more palatable on that. And this is gonna increase our parking spaces, right, by 28.
Yes.
The only thing I would like you to consider, and I know it will have its challenges, but could we make those additional 28 spaces golf cart only? Expand the number of golf carts only to work on incentivizing our golf cart community to use those instead of taking up.
I think, Commissioner, we can have a look at that and what it would look like. You know, it would be very difficult to enforce that, obviously. So we can have a look at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you saying the whole lot would be golf carts?
I would love to have the whole lot golf cart. You know, it is the only, right, the only entrance to that is off of Main Street. And we already have an issue when we block it off, that the SAS has concerns when we do block it off. And so we do block off that parking lot. So what are we gonna do for special events when that's blocked off? So it's not gonna be open 24 hours a day, 12 months out of the year, right, for some of the special events.
Right.
Makes the blocking
Well,
off
that was
eased.
that particular issue was what my comment is. Can I jump in on that piece of it?
Oh, sure.
When you guys go to do your design or whatever you're doing, I am concerned about that same thing. If we're closing all the way to Milwaukee, the access to the parking lot.
Yeah,
I-
actually,
Well, hang on, I'm not gonna sit here and debate what the answer should be, whether it's 2 entrances or, I understand that that removes some spots. I just want to share this. I get concerned about having an entrance off of Milwaukee because when Gateway is built, I feel very strongly that the Gateway people will just go in there. And this isn't to supplement, they have extra parking. It's not to supplement, so I don't want to make it that easy for them. Doesn't mean that they're not going to figure it out. And again, it's not against one of our developers. But, you know, I would like all.
You could redesign back here when this is,
Yeah. Well, the Boy
Well,
Scouts-
and that's it. That's the other piece of it, getting something in writing from the Boy Scouts. I know they've agreed for access during special events. I want something in writing so that future leaders that weren't here when we did this with the handshake, that they've committed, all those different things. I just want the special events to be considered,
they've
the
given-
traffic flow, and let's not forget the looper that we're working on. Part of the thing with this parking lot is that the looper, the idea is that the looper will be going there and picking people up because it is today farther away from the heaviest use. We're hoping with our deep and our East End plan and with the Gateway built, we'll get much more heavier use up here. That's the idea. That's what this parking is going to eventually support. But for now, you know, many people will park there and be heading that way, and the looper would be picking them up. So where do we want that looper to stop at, and how does that back up traffic? And I just want all of those things considered when you're doing the design.
yeah, actually,
Because I have the same issue, which concerns me about making so many golf cart things, because the golf cart people go exactly where the action is. That's not to say that the action won't be up here over time, because I do think it will. It's just not there yet.
and I've actually spoken to Bob, and engineering, if you look at the site plan that's in the packet, there's these 3 spaces up here. So the thought is if we're able to negotiate and get a temporary right of entry, then we could place a gate just to the west of that that then they could control, and during special events, now you have a secondary access point off of Milwaukee that you can route special event traffic over to Main Street and back out, and then avoid that concern that they've had utilizing that back driveway.
Sure. So however you guys look at it, I just want those three things considered. You know, the looper, special events, well, you know, those things.
Yes, Mayor, we will.
Mayor, since we're given some input for the future, I'd like
Sure.
to make a comment.
Yeah, go right ahead.
You know, there's two things that we're doing here. We're putting concrete over a lot of property. And I think there is a value, and I know people don't like to go up, but I think we ought to consider that to some degree, if nothing more than we build some pickleball courts above this and give those poor cars some shade. But I'm being sort of facetious here. But we could create another floor for that, even though it could be quite expensive, and I'm not sure. But I think could be something that could be looked at. And if we have it for that long of a time, maybe that is a way we have to do pickleball. Because sometime when we talk about pickleball, I'm going to talk about that and see if we can't put pickleball on top of something that's already covered. Just to try to help out pickleball. Just wanted to
Okay,
make that comment.
any other final comments, and then I'll take a motion?
Just
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I stole your subject.
And I was almost done. Again, I would love to make it all pickleball.
Golf.
Make it all pickleball courts.
Yeah,
I know that the public is gonna eat that up. To make it golf cart, but it's got concerns, and I get that. But I would at least like to consider those additionals, so we just start to make some sort of progress towards, because you can fit more golf carts in. And so we have a chance for more parking with the golf carts, because right now those golf carts, while they do try and buddy up in a single car space,
he's
they
right.
try, but
He's
they
right.
overflow. So that would be my ask, but we can see that in design. And all my other concerns were kind of answered and then we'll all see in the design of it. So thank you all very much.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the demolition of the building and the retaining walls?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Franny and Vice Mayor Torga. Any public input on this item? Seeing or hearing none, we'll come back to the commission. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you,
Mayor,
gentlemen.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Just very quickly, I really appreciate the work that Jorge and Bob did.
Yes, very
And
much so.
staff, and Matt and Patrick as well, on this particular project. Their innovation, you know, kind of seeing a little bit of gray instead of black and white, and I think it's a really good result. So I'm very proud of the work that they did.
We agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we have the proposed agenda for February 7th. We have charter review appointments, and then we have the presentation on the redevelopment of 542 Main, which is very important to us. So anything additional?
Mayor, I will have
Commissioner
one
Thomas.
item on the consent agenda.
I'm sorry?
I will have one item on the consent agenda.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
What is that?
That will be a brief amendment to your contract.
Oh,
We have
attorney contract.
Correct.
Gotcha. And then, Vice Mayor?
This is also, we have to count in the next meeting as
Yes,
well.
I know, which nothing
Right.
is
Talk
on.
So
about that as
if
well.
we want to
Yeah.
approve,
No,
this
no,
as-
we can do it all at once. I know,
Oh, okay.
I've talked to Jennifer extensively. We do have an issue, which I've listened to my colleagues and we've racked our brain, and here's the problem. We have the 542 Main on Tuesday. Commissioner Gall's not going to be there.
Correct.
If we move it to Thursday, our city manager's not going to be there. And I don't want to talk about City Hall without Jennifer.
Is that agenda item, is it time sensitive?
Well, apparently we don't have any other workshop space after this.
The item itself is not time sensitive. So,
But the workshops are full.
yeah.
And those things are most of
Yes,
those are time
they're
sensitive.
pretty well established.
Which means it just keeps putting everything off.
Are there some, I was looking for the workshop update. Are there some that are not big workshop items?
Let me grab my workshop schedule.
I'll pull it up. I just pulled it up yesterday to
wasn't
talk
too
to you
long
about
ago.
it. Yeah.
While we're waiting,
Got it?
I would love to see us do that workshop in the evening, on the Thursday evening, even though, I hear what you said.
No, I understand. I don't want to do it without her.
I'm fine to do it without her.
Well, I'm not.
I'm fine.
So, I mean, if we're going to do it on Thursday night, then we need to do it on if we're going to do it on any day, I need her there. It doesn't have to be Tuesday.
Good, so do
But
it-
then,
we
but
can do it on
then,
Thursday.
but then,
That was my solution, to do it, just picking up the next Thursday night.
yeah, it's.
We need-
I mean,
So we have legislative priorities. Well, first we have
parking.
parking garage with the finance plan. That's a full 90 minutes. The legislative priorities, and which is time sensitive, and the budget, budget software, which could go away.
Informational, yeah,
We
that-
do know that that could go away.
Right.
Can I just suggest something? So, because our night meetings don't seem to be loaded up, and I don't know of any big public hearing issues that are coming up, I mean, couldn't we have parking garage and 542 Main the same workshop and make sure everything else is loaded? So it's 90 minutes for both of them.
I think, though, the parking garage discussion.
That's gonna
and
go.
The preliminary finance plan, the finance plan is going to include the parking garage, and we're also going to show you what it looks like with the pool in. Essentially, we're looking again at Penny and the ARPA funds and the funds that we're using to finance these projects, because I think that you all have to have the full picture before you make any decisions on any of these capital projects. So I do think, Commissioner, that's going to take 90 minutes.
Are you looking
It's
at
gonna take more than
next
that.
Thursdays? Can you look at a Thursday for that, for the 542 workshop?
That's true. Just put that on the following, which people have a lot of interest in that.
Do we even know what's on the following Thursday?
Let's see if I can get to it. So, hold on one second.
I mean, you looked at all of this and tried to rearrange things, and you found that you couldn't. And
Yeah.
so what I don't want us to do is all five of us here try to do the same thing you just did.
Right. I did not look at that Thursday, though, the following Thursday.
Following Thursday, meaning not this Thursday, but 2 weeks from now?
Correct.
The
If
next-
that's-
The next Thursday meeting, yeah.
You're not talking about 2 days from now?
No,
Okay.
Sorry, need to bring it up. Can you, Michelle, can you bring that up in Granicus? Because I can't bring it up here.
So it's February 9th, right?
That's the day that I won't be here. You mean the Thursday after
Right,
that?
that's the
Right.
date.
2 weeks after that.
Oh, sorry. Well, that wasn't helpful, Mike.
That would be the 23rd.
February 23rd.
23rd, February 23rd.
Currently 3 items, one moment. First quarter budget amendment, first reading of ordinance 2303, which is landmark designation for 559 Highlands. And second reading of ordinance 2301, repealing chapter 62 sales.
But this doesn't help us with our problem for this Thursday, that we don't have anything on there. So why would we move it?
Well, everything else is on
Because she can't be here on
the work
Thursday.
session.
No, but she can be
right?
here on Tuesday where it's scheduled. So that's my point. Why would we make any of this change if it's not helping us with the fact that we don't have anything on our Thursday meeting? I think we just have to bite the bullet, is what I'm saying, and cancel the meeting. I know we don't want to. I think Jennifer heard us loud and clear. I certainly did. I talked to her, with her at great length yesterday, trying to figure out something that could be on there. And we couldn't find anything.
I was just trying to include Jeff in it, so.
I agree, but Jeff is voluntarily, he knew when it was, and he's voluntarily, it's not a family emergency or something, he's voluntarily going to Tallahassee
Going to Tallahassee, right.
with Leadership Pinellas, right?
PSTA.
Oh, okay. So I'm just saying, I just think we have to cancel Thursday's meeting, and we'll continue to try not to do that. Yes,
But
ma'am.
we're still going to have Tuesday's meeting, right?
Yeah.
Even if we move 542 Main?
No, I'm saying don't move it. It's been planned to be on Tuesday on our workshop schedule for quite a while.
I mean, I get it. I just feel the passion that we've canceled Thursday meetings. At some point, people are going to be like, I'm not going to turn in on Thursday because there's either such a short meeting or there's no meeting.
I know, and.
So
and I get it. What I'm saying is I think, I mean, we had an hour conversation about it yesterday, trying to figure out what we could do, and unfortunately, there just isn't. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of development projects coming through.
That's correct.
So it's unfortunate, but
Well, if there's a lack of development projects, that would leave room on Thursday nights for things.
yes, and I don't mean to, no, and we had that same conversation a couple of weeks ago. I'm just saying, Jennifer is looking at it, she's trying to figure out how to make it better. This is one of those things where there was nothing else to put on there. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Jennifer,
Yes.
you know what we're worried about.
I
What
do.
do you suggest? I mean, what should we do? Right now and moving forward to start to make sure that we're putting our emphasis on our Thursday night, and because I think we all agree on that, instead of on Tuesdays.
Well, first of all, I think that what staff is struggling with is that we have a commission that is disagreeing as far as what items go where. So for staff to take an item that would be a consent item and then put it on a city commission meeting on a Thursday night, it's problematic because we don't all agree that it should be on a Thursday night. I mean, and a workshop item goes on a workshop on a Tuesday. We don't all agree it should go on a Thursday night. So we're having a hard time placing agenda items on a Thursday night when they don't belong on a Thursday night, just to make sure that we have a Thursday night meeting. So it's problematic.
Let me frame it a different way for you.
Sure.
And the problem is, right now, the emphasis is on Tuesdays instead of on Thursdays. So potentially, the framing needs to be back to Thursday's our meeting. Tuesday happens if we need it. So everything gets loaded.
But that's not what our
And then-
board rules and regulations
It is not.
state. So I understand what the
I
commission
know,
has
but we talked
said.
about it during.
I get
rules,
that.
And that's easily changed.
I get that, and I
May not,
understand
just
that.
one commissioner.
No, what I was trying to say is that Jennifer and I, because I heard what everybody had to say and I respect it. And I mean, and Jennifer did too, and we talked every which way of trying how to move it around.
And I get it. But
To
we
get
could
the
cha-
Thursday
We
meeting.
could change our rules on Thursday night, this week, if we wanted to. I'm just suggesting that shouldn't be an impediment to what makes sense for, for doing what's best for what, getting to the most people.
And I don't disagree with you, but I wouldn't be willing to change those rules today. I would want to see.
I didn't say today, I said
No.
Thursday.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be willing to do that either. Now, you can outvote me, but I would want to see how the staff deals with this. What are the upcoming items? I want to, with the knowledge that our goal is to populate both of our meetings. And this just happens to be a place where we can't. I would not want to make that decision yet. I'd want some more experience with it as everybody's working hard to try to populate both those meetings. That's just my feeling.
But see, you're framing it by our goal is to populate both meetings. My goal is to put the emphasis on Thursday, and if we need Tuesday, we do it. Because right now what's happening is we're focusing too much on Tuesday, and then if we need Thursday, and if we don't, we just cancel it. So it's a framing of it. I mean, I'm not trying to be combative about it, but I just think it's how you frame it, and I just think we need to put that ball back into the primary meeting is Thursday, if we need Tuesday.
Right, and this
then
is the
that's all.
conversation we had several weeks ago. It's the exact same thing.
It is, and to
And
that
all
point.
I'm saying is that we tried to fulfill that,
Right.
Yeah,
and it just couldn't work
Well,
for
to
this
that
particular
point,
meeting.
Mayor, we did have that conversation, and this exact same conversation. But again, as the mayor articulated, our rules and procedures say that we place specific agenda items on specific agendas. And I didn't hear direction from the city commission to depart from our rules and procedures in that instance. And if that is the direction, then we'll bring it back, and that's the direction that we're going in. But we I mean, until we have a consensus on the city commission that we're departing from that, our rules and procedures,
Well,
then.
that's fair. I think we
Yeah.
talked about it during our rules, and we said, oh, let's talk about it again.
Can we depart from that rule on an item-by-item basis, or do we have to change the rule?
No, we can depart it from an item by item.
Okay.
We can change because, as long as everybody, as long as you got 3 people that agree.
Right. To that,
May I make a comment? So I was going to, for this session, send out that little note where I alluded to that when I was speaking
Yes.
with the city manager, that in our discussion, I was going to bring this up again, and I thought not necessarily about the Tuesday and Thursday meeting. Because we asked for some input, we said, everybody kind of think about it, let's come back. I decided not to do that, send that note out, because I realized we just ran into it again today. We were going to run in it, so I didn't do it. So I'll plan to do it next time. But I was going to ask, where are we with this anyway? So it's still an issue. And we can violate it, not violate it, we can change it.
there are your rules and
If we wanted
procedures.
to.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and we can change anytime we want. For me, I just think at the time, we had a major issue, which is why we created the meetings we have. Now we have a new issue. I think we need to give some time and deference to the staff to try to correct as far as placement and seeing how things can go when we have an empty agenda. I mean, there isn't a problem with Jennifer coming forward and recommending certain changes when we go to approve our agendas. What I don't want is us doing that. I want her and her people to understand coming in, hey, there's a huge open meeting, and we could do this if you're okay with it. And then we make that change. Because now she's checked with all her department heads, she knows what's coming up, she knows if people are ready to move a workshop item up, and all of those things, which we don't know. She did attempt that with this, and she had nothing. So that's what I'm trying to say. It was a fluke. She did try to follow. We both did. And it was just one of those situations.
What was
So all
that?
I'm asking is for your patience as they try to work through it before we throw the baby out with the bathwater and change all our rules. Give them a shot, is what I'm saying.
And for clarity on my end, but she has also mentioned that she is setting the agendas by our rules. So we created this problem as a body, and.
Not really. The thing has changed, okay? The world has changed, right? We're not getting some of the things that we had every Thursday meeting.
Right, but
Right.
she's still going by our rules.
But she's also looking at recommending movement of things because of the things we said. There wasn't anything to move. Tuesday, because we're talking about 2
I
weeks.
think we can move anything from a Tuesday to a Thursday. We can move presentations from a Tuesday to a Thursday.
But why would you come in and move presentations just to have a meeting?
That was an
Oh,
extreme,
okay,
but the idea is,
gotcha.
there's nothing on a Tuesday agenda that has to stay on a Tuesday agenda. And there
Gotcha.
shouldn't actually be on anything on a Thursday agenda. Well, the reason we have those Thursdays is because that's when we vote on things, right? That's our sunshine, right? That's when the public is, and it's consensus direction on Tuesdays. So
You vote on
We
Tuesdays,
vote on
and your
Tuesdays.
meeting right now is fully compliant with the
changed.
sunshine
I'm
law.
sorry.
We've been over that.
Thank you for
You're
that
noticed, their public is here, you have minutes being taken, you are fully compliant with the
Boy,
sunshine law on these
I
Tuesday
did.
morning meetings.
Thank you, Nikki, for that.
No problem.
clarification.
I got your back. I got your
All I'm
back.
saying is Jennifer
Right.
did attempt to look at all of that.
But I
and move
understand what
things
you're saying, is
around.
that's usually your evening
It
for
was just
public
one of those
hearings
things
that are
where there
advertised.
just was nothing. We have all of these big things coming after that couldn't be moved up. I went through the whole workshop schedule with her. Any of these things that can be moved up? Nothing.
I don't care.
That's all I'm saying. She did attempt to do that.
I mean, I'm trying to be quiet, but, I mean, whatever's best for this time, I'm good. But I absolutely think, when Commissioner Torringa brought it up, I'd been thinking the same thing. I think we talked about that. I'm not canceling one more Thursday meeting. Stuff's got to go from Tuesday to Thursday. that should be our focus. That's all I'm saying. Because it's clear where we are right now, and I think we're going to be here for a little bit. And I just think, however we have to do it, we've got to reorient ourselves to the Thursday meetings. If we cancel, it's going to be Tuesday mornings. That's just my opinion.
And we can easily do that by going to February 23?
I mean, I'm not going to argue about this one. I mean, and I'm not arguing. I just feel, and I think we talked about it, and we kind of talked, we should talk about it, you know, more sensibly with staff's recommendation. But I think this kind of shows, like, we need to talk about it very soon, so we're not canceling any more Thursday meetings, regardless of what we do with this one.
Well, and what staff needs is clear direction from the city commission in those terms, because, you know, if I move a workshop item to a Thursday night meeting, then I'm going to hear it from somebody. If we cancel the Thursday night meeting, then I'm going to hear it from somebody. So I need clear direction from the city commission.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you move a workshop item to a Thursday, just so that you can have the Thursday meeting open, but we still have the Tuesday, you're not going to hear from me.
Right.
I'm open to the flexibility until we figure out.
Okay.
I am totally open to flexibility. What I don't want is to change our meeting structure in general unless it's necessary.
Okay.
I'm being very honest, because there was a reason for it and we went through a lot of painstaking stuff. I'm not saying it shouldn't be changed.
Yeah.
I'm saying take baby steps before we do it rather than react. I'm saying flexibility is better. And unfortunately, as flexible as I was totally willing to be for this particular Thursday meeting, we couldn't find anything.
We could not. We could not. So if I may, just to clarify, the direction from the city commission is to ensure that we hold a Thursday night meeting, even if there's one item, and the item is short. That, and we also have.
I don't agree with that. A workshop item, I agree with. That's not short. I don't want to come to meeting to approve a consent agenda group of contracts.
All I'm saying
I don't
is
want to
there's
come
the
to.
equivalent of one meeting. The meeting's Thursday.
Yeah.
Tuesday gets canceled. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not the direction I'm hearing from this commission.
Okay, well.
I agree with that.
Okay,
Okay.
I agree with that.
and well, I think Rob agreed with it but we'll hear what he's saying.
All right, well, I'm not ready to make that decision, and I would ask that my colleagues hold off and give her the chance to be flexible. That's all. And
You know-
again, and I wasn't even prepared to talk about this today, other
No,
than
no.
I knew that this was going to be a conversation. I wasn't prepared, and I don't want to make those kind of decisions.
That's
I'm not
fair.
prepared to make that
That's
decision.
fair, but I am
And
gonna
out of
say-
respect for me, I would ask that we don't make that decision until we have
No, I'm
an
not-
agendized dialogue.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm
See, I should have submitted it.
Yeah, but that's not an agendized dialogue
Yeah, we
either. That's
just need to
commission
agendize it, Have a
discussion.
common sense.
All right,
discussion.
so
But again, I would like to offer her and her staff, I'm
flexibility.
sorry, I don't mean to call you her. I used to get in trouble saying, go
It's
talk to
better than other
her.
options, right?
That's right.
Well, no, that was a big thing. You could never call your mother her or she.
I've been called worse.
My mother's watching today too, by the way, so she's.
Hi, Mom.
She's already saying, you guys are going way over the board on this.
All right.
Exactly. I think we just say flexibility, which you did try to do. It just happened to be a week that you weren't here on one meeting and you weren't here on the other. How often does that happen? It doesn't. It was a fluke. That's what I'm trying to say. There was an attempt to move things.
There was. So
We're back to the agendas.
we have the
We
flexibility.
have the 7th and the 9th. Yeah, y'all need to tell me what, wait a minute.
I think Rob's going to decide what we're going to do.
Twice
right?
added to your account.
I still remain for Thursday. I don't understand where the conversation went here.
Oh, my God. I'm not, y'all want to,
No, I mean, I don't understand. You just said we want to take baby steps. That's kind of a baby step. That's
I'm not
securing
prepared
both
to
of
do
them.
that without thinking it through. I'm not prepared to do that. I think we just said, give the city manager flexibility. We are in a unique situation this week because we have two absences. Not this week, but this particular week, we're looking at agendas. Jesus.
Well, let me ask this question. Jennifer, how important do you think it is for you to be here for the 542 main discussion?
I would like to be here for the 542 main discussion. And if that means that we need to move it off into another agenda, then so be it.
I just wanted to know.
Mhm.
Then I'm okay with dealing with this as a one-off, one last time, and just in the future, immediately agendize the discussion of how we're going to reorient these meetings to Thursday night. I mean, unless somebody has a better idea, and I'm open to that.
But I think you can't say that that's what the discussion is going to be because not everybody agrees with what you're saying. I think you have to just have the discussion on how we want to deal with this.
I mean, Rob didn't weigh in when we did, because he stepped away.
Oh, my God, are we
I mean,
going to carry
you-
on this conversation again?
No, but I think,
I'm not prepared to discuss this today.
okay, but I do think.
I think that's
I
why
think
we need to
four agree with the reoriented
agendize.
to Thursday, but that's,
I think we need to agendize the discussion so that we have time to think it through. That's what I'm saying. Because what I feel like now is I came here, didn't know this conversation was going to
That's
happen.
fine.
It's
I
happened
get
a
it.
second time, and we're going to make a consensus direction that I wasn't even prepared for because it's not on our agenda. And that I don't appreciate. That will upset me. Not that y'all have to care about that. I just think it's
I
not
care,
fair.
I care about that.
I know you
but
do.
We have
you do.
discussed this before, and we just need to make a crystallized decision. But
We will
Fair
agendize
enough.
the discussion then, Mayor. And we'll have the rules and procedures available for everybody, so we'll have a look at that, not necessarily to change it, but just so everybody has that in the back pocket. I'm not sure if Commissioner Walker I haven't gone over those specifically with him at this point, and we
Well,
can discuss it.
I'll just make one comment, and this will not impact the decision that we ultimately make. I get both sides of the argument. I will say this. The 542 Main Street discussion is pretty important. I mean, and because of the fact that it's impacting this facility, it impacts downtown, and so, you know, I think that, Mayor, I'm on your side on this in terms of, you know, the imparting the flexibility to put this meeting where we've got full attendance and everything else. And I don't see an issue, but of course I'm not as well grounded in the legalities and the rules as y'all are. But anyway, those are my thoughts.
All right, can I have a motion on February 7th's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Franny, seconded by Commissioner Gao. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. For February 9th, there is a request to make a motion to cancel. Can I have a motion to cancel that meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Franny. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Look, I do want to thank you all for the dialogue. I'm not trying to stifle the conversation. I very much hear and heard the last time we talked about it, what your priority was. I do, I respect it. You can ask Jennifer, about our conversation yesterday, about trying to figure it out and go through. First thing I said to her this morning, did you find out about any of these ordinances coming up? Trying to move things up, that might be coming from the
Ordinance Review Committee.
from the last ordinance review committee, that I wasn't sure what we had completed and not completed, and could any of those things. So, I mean, really, everybody did try hard, because I do respect how you feel about this. I understand it's important. Really, I do. So I don't want you to think that I don't. And I agree, 542 is, you know, a lot of these work sessions, workshop items are important, but a number of them are just a phasing kind of a thing. It's just get us from one step to the next step. The vote generally doesn't happen on these workshop items until a Thursday night, once all the pieces are put together. So I think that's important to know as well.
You know, and Mayor, if I could, just because I know we're going to discuss this, but I think too, in my cross still is a little bit, when we changed the format of the meetings, a huge driver of that, in my opinion, was a, really a poor practice of the prior city manager in how he did the agenda reviews with the commission, by spending a day and a half, you know, and of course now we have Jennifer, and she just has a much more, you know, normal best practice approach to how she does it. So I just think, you know, that kind of gets.
That was a piece of it.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, because
That
that's.
was a piece of it.
Right,
You
but
are
either way,
right, but
we can talk about it.
that was when we were doing agenda reviews on Tuesday. We're not doing that now. We're having,
Yeah, but I just
what
wanted
happened
to
was
kinda add
development. Development skyrocketed, and we were having very late meetings on Thursday to 12, 1 o'clock. So, I mean, you know, so yes, I agree. We have to reshift. I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater until we give our team some time to be flexible, shift things around, and see what continues to happen. And if it's a problem, then we change it. But we'll add it to a future agenda.
Say early future agenda.
Yes, no, I know.
I don't want to come against this again and get.
No, I get it. I get it. All right, so we do have a workshop item, but why don't we take a couple of minute break before we get into that? Because I'm sure this is going to be a long discussion.
I need a little more coffee.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. We'll call our meeting back to order, and we're going into our workshop item. Just reminding everybody, we're not taking any votes, just giving maybe some consensus direction on next steps. Marina rate study findings and recommendations. Jennifer, did you have any opening?
I do, Mayor,
thoughts?
if I
Okay,
may, and thank you
please.
very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is the Marina rate study. I just want to kind of frame the discussion. You're going to get the background as a part of the presentation. But the Mayor had mentioned that there would be no decisions made today. And I like the Mayor's description of a workshop, which is a phase of the project moving forward. All of you have been briefed on the rate study. There is a lot of information in this PowerPoint deck for you to review. It is the first time that the 5 of you have had an opportunity to review the rate study and to discuss it amongst yourselves. As is our responsibility as staff, there are recommendations towards the end of the rate study. Those are put before you for your discussion and consensus direction on some of those recommendations if you're comfortable doing that. The rate study addresses the marina rates for slip renters and the commercial dock as well. We have not had a review or adjustments to the rate study since May of 2015. Raftellus has done an excellent job, in my view, of the rate study. It has considered just about everything that there is in a rate study. We have budget and actual figures for you. We've reviewed facilities and services in our marina now and in the 10-year planning period as well. Typically, rate studies are 5 years out. This is 10 years out. We've done benchmarking rates in other marinas, municipal marinas and commercial marinas as well. We've considered the capital improvement plan for the marina for the next 10 years, billing data and debt service schedule as well as part of this rate study. What we have been delivered is a model for the marina moving forward that we can input facts and figures into to see how that affects the rates from the present day into the next 10 years. So we are very pleased to bring the rate study to the City Commission for discussion today and hopefully next steps. So thank you. And with that, Mayor, I will turn it over to somebody.
I'll take it.
Okay. Over to Nicole.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Nicole Delfino, Assistant to the City Manager. I am just here to do a brief introduction of our consultants. Terry Bovary, Vice President, and Tristan Townsend, Associate Consultant with Raftellus. Just a little background on Raftellus. They were established in 1993, and they've provided financial consulting services to 1,200 public or over 1,200 public agencies. They have extensive experience with financial planning and cost of service studies for enterprise funds. And for Terry, he's successfully performed studies for utility, storm, water, solid waste, and parks and recreation fees in developing fee policy, methodology, and enterprise fund studies in several counties: Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, Hernando. So from there, I will pass it over to our consultants.
Thank you, Nicole.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. So I'll just jump right into the presentation since we've gone through introductions. The presentation on the agenda, as you can see here, we've broken it up into about 5 different sections. I'll be mindful of the time. This is a longer presentation to provide context for you and members of the public. But if you have a question as we're going through, I'd encourage you to
So why don't we break it down by section, if that's
Yes.
okay with everybody? We'll get through a section and then see if there's questions at the end of that section. Try to keep it flowing.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that.
Excellent. So we'll touch on sort of the background and the issues, basically why are we here today. Then we're going to jump into the financial plan, which looks at something we'll describe in a second, revenue sufficiency. We'll be talking through the benchmarking evaluation that was done. Then we're going to look at the cost of service and the rate design, which takes into consider all of the other prior elements. And then we'll close it out with just a recap on our findings and recommendations. Next slide, please. So you're well aware of the marina, I'm sure. About 179 slips, provides a variety of different services. It's adjacent to a park, and there's some overflow parking for folks that are using the boat dock in the adjacent church, which I believe rents out a lot for overflow. But there are a variety of different amenities and provides a focal point for the city and provides a benefit to residents within the city. And it's our understanding that, you know, the intent of the marina is to, you know, wanted to have a viable, fiscally sustainable enterprise fund. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. But I would mention that there's a pretty significant wait list for the marina currently. And also there are some other ancillary revenues which we'll touch on in greater detail related to lease revenue for the restaurant that's on site as well. Next slide, please. So here's a chart that shows some history on the operating expenses in the current budget. So you can see the 2021 actuals. You have a breakout between supplies and personnel, and then the associated revenues that we've been recovering historically, been around, you know, 600,000 and costs approaching 500,000. The delta between the line and the bars is basically what you have available for any debt service or capital reinvestment needs, and we'll talk more about that later. But the point here is that, you know, operating costs, you know, like many of your other enterprise funds and your general fund has seen inflation, and the cost of service has been increasing. And so, you know, we worked with staff to review, you know, the operating budget in great detail, and felt that the starting point with the 23 budget was representative of annually recurring costs within the plan. Next slide, please. So there's a significant amount of infrastructure investment in addition to the ongoing operating costs of the system. And those capital investment costs happen periodically, so they're not necessarily annually recurring. And those types of costs, if you can visualize that imagery of the marina, you'll have the docks themselves. There are about 3 main docks, Dock A, B, and C. And then you also have the seawalls, you have dredging, you have the pylons, and you have pedestals and a variety of different other infrastructure that needs to be replaced over time as it ages. I think that, you know, one of the aspects of the budget that we showed on the prior page is that you have management and staff that is doing an increasing amount of assessments to gauge that infrastructure. Another thing to mention is that the city is engaged in or about to engage upon a marina master plan, which could identify additional capital needs beyond what was contemplated within this financial evaluation. So I'll take a moment to just say that, you know, this evaluation is based on kind of status quo operations, existing docks the way they're constructed, slip configurations the way that they are. You know, changes that could have an effect on, you know, the findings and the rates. So that's something to consider, you know, once you move forward on into that master plan. But for now, this serves as an analysis to assess what's significant, you know, what's a sustainable level of capital reinvestment. And getting back to the capital costs here, if you look at this chart to the right, the blue mountain graph represents the fixed asset records we were provided by staff, and the blue represents at the original cost on the books. This reconciles with, you know, audited financial statements you'd have for the Marina Fund as well. And you can see that over time, as you know, the city has invested into the marina, those assets add up to the current valuation around $4.5 million at original cost. If we were to apply, you know, an inflationary adjustment to that to consider maybe what the inflation adjusted value is today, that amount, you know, jumps up to about, you know, $7.1 million. Now, this does include some of the assets like the day docks that I think the general fund has typically captured, and so we'll talk about that in a second. But most of these assets would be assets that you would fund from the user fees of the system. Next slide. So just a quick reminder about enterprise funds. Basically, they're used in governmental accounting to operate service exchange-based transactions. And the whole goal of the enterprise fund is to operate like a business. And in this case, it's no different. We're targeting, and we'll talk about this in our objectives for the financial plan, we're targeting sufficient revenues to cover the operating costs and the amortization of all these capital costs that we were just talking about. And this is supported, in governmental accounting best practices. So this is just a quick overview for everyone of the current rates that are charged. You'll notice on the left that the fees are increasing as we go up. The current rate structure has an A and B part component to it. Part A is operating costs, and all the operating costs are split equally among every slip. And then there's a capital component to it. So any capital costs are split based on the area of the slips themselves. And we're going to talk in greater detail about the rate structure a little bit later on. But we also have some other fees that are charged, boat ramp fees, and then the transient slip fees, as well as a liveaboard surcharge and a commercial surcharge, which again, we'll discuss in greater detail. Next slide, please. So I know this chart is a little bit busy. The solid line, this is a historical chart of the rates for service, and it's a comparison to show that, if we were to have adjusted them for the consumer price index, just basic inflation, over the last several years, the fees today would have been roughly 27% greater than where they're currently at. And we thought that that was an interesting observation because we were trying to assess the benchmarking and some of the other findings of the evaluation. So the next slide, if you go to that, this is a breakdown of the fee comparison among several of the other marinas within the region. And effectively, what you'll see here is that we're about 40% below for the city relative to the market comps for these fees at varying slip sizes. The other thing that we've included on here is the number of wait list and the number of slips. So you'll see that, we have about 65 25-foot slips, 44 at 30, 35, and then 50. So we have a number of slip ranges, but the key ones within the marina are really 4 sizes: 50, 35, 30, and 25. Next slide, please. The city, I think, does a good job with developing a business plan and a forecast of the needs of the enterprise fund. So this is a snapshot. I know it's microscopic font. I apologize for that. But I wanted to give the breadth of the whole business plan that's put together. And we try to highlight, one of the key findings that under the existing financial plan, for the city by 2026, we have a shortfall. Now, that does recover over time, but it is supportive of one of the observations that we found is that we believe that the rates, we could justify higher rates for a few different reasons, but I think even the business plan itself identifies shortfalls in the horizon. Now, that is based on timing of capital and capital assumptions, as well as some rate adjustments in there as well. I think they were inflationary at like 3 or 4% per year, I think was, I'm looking to maybe Laney, if you recall, but 4%, Tristan remembers 4% a year. So even with those rate adjustments baked into the basic plan, we still fall a little bit short by that year. Next slide. So for those reasons, we were engaged to perform the evaluation. The key objectives of the evaluation, as I kind of mentioned before, propose fair and reasonable rates that promote the fiscal sustainability of the Marina Fund under current operations, and provide an overview of benchmarking to see how the marina compares with maybe some peer communities. The approach to the study, could be broken down to 3 elements. the development of a financial forecast, revenue sufficiency, or financial plan, a cost of service where we're looking at rate design, and then benchmarking, which provides some comparison within the industry. The next slide provides a visualization of, on the right-hand side, of that revenue sufficiency or that financial plan, our methodology. In effect, we're trying to balance, when we develop these plans, our revenues with our revenue requirements or expenditures in some cases. The primary categories of revenues on the one hand are slip fees. We generate revenue from boat ramp and parking as well as restaurant rent. And then on the expenditure side, we have our operating costs, deposits for capital reserves, and debt service payments if applicable. I do want to point out, and I think it was mentioned earlier, that this is a data-driven process, so we take a lot of information, historical billing statistics, historical financial data. I just presented some information on the fixed asset records, for example. We look at the budget, the capital plan. We also had staff interviews and obviously the benchmarking. So all of these different data points goes into the financial planning process and the overall study. So before I go on, any questions about the introductory presentation on background? Okay, hearing none, I'll continue.
Wait, sorry.
I've got,
Yeah. Go ahead. You want to go first? Or?
you can go first.
No, I just had one question. Why is Safety Harbor so low? Because they're obviously the anomaly.
It is low.
Pull your microphone over.
The access of that marina is just different than what our coastal marinas provide. You really can't get a boat out of the bay of any size or significance.
Oh, it's got its
you're kind of like stuck in a
limitation.
little pool.
They're very limited in their marina.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen it, so, yeah, okay. All right, cool.
Well,
I don't go out of my bubble, so I
Yeah,
do not
the other thing to mention about Safety Harbor is one of the things we did after our initial presentation, there were some questions, I think, from either the finance board or the marina board, but when we examined the audited financial statements for the municipalities, what we found is that Safety Harbor, I believe, is not an enterprise fund. So it's not really clear whether or not they're fully recovering their cost of service.
Okay, so my question, I guess, then would be, when you did the comparisons, and you look at Safety Harbor, should they have been thrown out? If you look at some high-level marina that's got tons of, I mean.
You could.
Could you have, you know,
Yeah,
and if you would have, what would you have thrown out? Are there some highs and lows you would have thrown out?
I mean, I think that it's all instructive for different reasons to, look at these. The fact that they're not an enterprise fund and they're lower, I mean, I think is instructive. I think it's good to know from a market standpoint what others are charging. So for that reason, we kept all of them in there, and we worked with staff to try to identify a list. We did more than just fee benchmarking. We were trying to look at the amenities and all these other types of services. So that's another reason why we kept everything in there, just to see how they operate beyond just their cost recovery structure. Even finding out, do they bill based on linear foot or area or by slip, or how are they doing their billing? So for these reasons, I think it's instructive to have all of them included. But if you're trying to get a more apples-to-apples comparison, I wouldn't have an answer for you at this moment, but we could probably look back at the comparables and say which one would be most comparable to, the city's marina. But I will say that, when just looking at it, I mean, Gulfport has about 1,000 slips. We have about 180 roughly. Clearwater has 360. St. Pete has 650. Safety Harbor is 160. So, I think it's gonna be hard for marinas to get a true apples to apples comparison for a variety of different reasons. So it may be difficult to answer that question, I think, and narrow it down if, depending on how you rank what is comparable.
Right, lots of nuances.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That's my only question right now.
So thank you, yes, so on slide 6, I just want to clarify, docs A, B, C, is that then replacement 2024, 2027, 2030, is that respectively? Doc A will happen in '24, B in '27.
And in the financial plan section, we'll have a slide on the CIP that shows the prospective capital spend, and we can touch on that point again later during that discussion as well. But yes, you are correct.
Okay. And to clarify, the A plus B model you used basically was operation costs split equally among all of the slip holders and capital expenditures, split equally among all of the slip owners? Is that?
Well, I was referring to the existing rate structure for the marina.
Okay.
And the existing rate structure, as it was explained to me in the methodology, the calculation is that, the operating costs are going to be split equally among all the slips, but then capital expenditures get split based on the size of the slips in effect. So there's kind of two buckets of costs that gets allocated to all the slip fees or the slip users based on that methodology, that formula.
Okay.
And that would be the existing rate structure for the city's marina.
Okay. Slide 10, where you've done the comparable marinas, how long ago was this data compiled?
I would say in the last 6 months or so, I believe. I can get you a specific date of the survey.
Yeah, I just bring that up because I did a check when I was doing my research on this, and the numbers have changed. They've gone up, and I can tell you I have experience with Homeport. And, yeah, so Homeport has implemented or will be implementing, actually effective March 1st. Well, let me just step that back. So for a 50-foot slip, I was paying $7.98, and they are going to be increasing that based on our time in the marina, not by a lot, but if for members or for people that have been in the marina for a while, they are truing up all of those slip rates to be consistent, which in some cases resulting in a 25% increase. So just that's just for your information. But I think just looking at this, there have been some increases since you compiled this data that I think need to be reflected so that we can do as close to as we can an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah, I think when the majority of the work that we did was performed last calendar year, and you're right, a lot of times when you transverse that calendar year, you can see the fee increases, particularly for like the private entities. They tend to raise rates on the calendar year or the tax year. So, but we can discuss it with staff after the presentation today to see if we can update that for you all.
Can I jump on that real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it would, since you're talking about that and you're going to look at it again, I think it would be helpful to separate the comparable marinas by municipal versus private, because private tend to have more amenities, they're charging market rates. So in addition to looking at whatever you're going to look at for Commissioner Walker, I think being able to give us that average price that you have and percentage by municipal owned versus private, because we are not trying to be in the business of competing with private marinas.
But,
it's good to see. I mean, it's absolutely good and it's necessary, in our decision making. However, we're providing a service to Dunedin residents. And it's a benefit to Dunedin residents. It's not meant to be, a private business where you're making a ton of money. So I think it's important to separate it, but still be able to see it.
Yeah, we can do that
That'd
very
be great.
easily. Yeah, we could circulate that back with the averages broken out.
As a more comparable benchmark, Gulfport, in my opinion, which is a very, very nice marina with a lot of amenities, is a municipal marina. And those prices have risen as well. So I just think we're just across the board need to be updated. But I totally recognize the distinction between private and municipal, and I think that's an important distinction.
Anybody else have any questions on this section? Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask the questions, and one of them may end up being sort of a comment, but take it as a question.
Yes, sir.
If you would, please. I'm familiar with all of these marinas, and I agree with the comment about Safety Harbor. Clearly, but I don't think you have to take it out. I mean, but it's just a whole different usage. It's not how any of these others are really being used and how they're used on this side of the coast. So I just want to make that point, but I don't think you have to answer with yes, we'll take it out. Not for me. Primarily because this is, for benchmarking, was just an opportunity for us to see the rates, but we've seen them. We had them in the other rate study that we had, so we're sort of familiar with what that is, and some of us are boaters, and we're acutely aware of that. The other thing is that just for apples to apples, these are all rates of boaters who are not liveaboards or are not engaged in commerce, correct?
Yeah, and not every marina offered a liveaboard option, so I think there were maybe 4 out of.
But what these numbers here that we're looking at.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Correct. Yep. Yeah. And the other, I forgot to mention this before, but I think in some instances, you could have some variations within the slip lengths of the fees, and so we could have averaged some of them to get to an average rate. That could be maybe some of the reason why, if you're looking at a particular rate within that segment, it could be a little bit different. But we have the detailed backup of all of the fees, and we can provide that to staff to share with you. We were just trying to get this into a form that could be easily understood in a presentation setting. And again, the big takeaway here, I think, just on the fee side, is that overall, on average, we're below what others are charging. There are some instances, Safety Harbor is one where it is below what we're charging. But again, they're kind of limited in terms of the number of slips that they have. And then also, I think as I mentioned earlier, they're not an enterprise fund. So I can't really determine whether or not it's not broken out in the audited financial statement. So there's not a way for me to determine whether they're, fully recovering costs through the fee or whether it's being subsidized through the general fund.
And now my question, which is sort of a comment, but it's sort of a question to you as you look at this. Some of these marinas are run quite a bit different than others. Some of these marinas are in quite different locations than others. And so provide or present a different situation. Some of these marinas offer quite a few more benefits than others offer. Some of these marinas are for profit, of course. Some of these marinas are run as an enterprise fund, but the concept may be just a bit different than what ours is. And
Yes, sir.
I'll discuss that at a later time. So I don't mind these things being mixed in here just for us to look at. But from a benchmarking standpoint, it almost sounds like we're using benchmarking here simply to say, well, see, others charge more and we can charge more. I don't think that's not in our Constitution. That's not in our charter and our creating documents or anything like that. So I just want to know if you were aware of that.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much for your comment. That the focus of the analysis was that we were looking at the cost of service for the city, and the recommendations really reflect that. It just so happens that the relationship of the survey supported our findings from a cost of service basis as well. So that could be coincidence because of all of these variety of different factors, the amalgamation of that. But I think it is, so I agree with you. I think that's a common question that we get when we present comparables. It's that, the intent of the presentation of the comparables is not to suggest that your own operations has capacity to raise rates necessarily all the time, but it is instructive just to see how, one compares.
Then you have cost of service and you have level of service. We've already discussed level of service.
Yes, sir. Yep. So,
Thank you.
Yep.
If I can just jump on that really quick, sorry, Jeff. When you go to do the municipal versus the private,
Yeah.
if you could just put a asterisk or something that shows any of the municipals that are not operating as an enterprise fund that you know of.
Yes,
I think that
absolutely.
it's just so that we can see that. I
Yes,
think that's a very clear picture.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gao, anything?
Asked and answered.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to section 2.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we're on slide 16 here. Okay, if you recall, there was the methodology, the balance that we presented before, the top right-hand scale, top right-hand corner of the slide, excuse me. You'll notice that we're highlighting the elements that we're presenting. So this is the revenue composition side. You can see a breakdown of our existing revenues. Roughly about $600,000 per year. You know, the slip fees account for the vast majority of that. We do have a lease rate, and I just want to touch on that you know, we did independently evaluate it. It seems that I think staff has looked at these lease rates comparative within the region and that they're consistent, and you know, so you know, we think that the lease provides a net benefit from a financial standpoint to the enterprise fund. The boat ramp revenues generate, you know, $23,000 a year. The transient boat slip fees were, I think, recently raised not too long ago, but should probably increase in lockstep with the other fees from the rate increase standpoint, you know, for raising the other fees in the recommendation. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we have some other ancillary revenues. But you can see the majority of the revenue of the system, you know, close to 86% is all from our slip fees. One of the bullets on that last slide mentioned that I think it's important for me to just clarify that this assumes occupancy stays the same. And one of the limitations we had is we didn't have a great deal of history going back to prior economic downturns to assess, you know, whether there was an increase in occupancy or not. So we have, you know, some limitations there with the data to assess price elasticity from raising the rates. So that's going to weigh into some of our recommendations we're going to talk about in a second.
We've had pretty consistent occupancy for a very long time.
Yeah, and I think that's what staff mentioned.
Including during the last recession.
Okay, so it could, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
We may not have had that many people on the wait list, but we had consistent occupancy.
Yeah, I think the general consensus, if I just tangent for a second on that point, is I think that based on the market comparables that there would, you know, you could probably stand to raise the fees and not observe a decline, but I just wanted to disclose that I didn't have a lot of data to base any sort of a price elasticity adjustment in our planning for that. And we would assume that you'd be fully occupied or, you know, and maintain full occupancy to maximize, you know, the use of the marina. The first, so we talked about the revenues. The operating expenses, this is a forecast with a breakdown between the personal supplies and expenses. And the current budget represents about a 10% increase over FY22. But keep in mind, again, you know, we have an increase in maintenance and inflation costs. Staff's been doing a lot more effort to assess the pylons and other types of condition assessment of the infrastructure, and that's finding the need to do more improvements, and that's reflected, I think, in the budget as well as in the capital improvement plan, as we're made to understand. A lot of the development of this, as I mentioned earlier, is an escalation of the current FY23 budget after review with staff, roughly about 3% per year on average. That can vary based on, right now we're seeing a pretty steep inflection point in inflation that's starting to come back down, but it's difficult to predict those things. And for those reasons, we'd recommend a periodic internal or potentially staff internally review it annually or periodically review this every so many years. And certainly you'd want to, maybe one of the benefits or the outcomes of this effort is that, the financial model could be used to support the master planning evaluation at some later date. but this presents the forecast of the operating expenses and their growth over time. So this was this next slide is a really, I think, important slide to our evaluation in determining, the cost of service, because it seeks to try to provide a recommendation for capital reinvestment from rates or user fees. What's an appropriate amount of revenue that we should be generating after we pay our annual operating costs for capital reinvestment? And we looked at it through 3 different lenses. The first lens was to examine the CIP needs over the next 10 years or so, and then adjusting those values back to today's dollars, what would be the average annual cost, and that's around $340,000 per year. The second method was to look at an inflation-adjusted amortization. So if you recall that one slide that I had in the introductory section where it showed the fixed assets at $7 million, $7.2 million or so, if we were to amortize that over the service lives of the assets that staff has recorded in the fixed asset records, then you'd be approaching about $490,000. Now keep in mind that some of the assets in there would be covered by the general fund, the day docs and things like that, but the vast majority of that would be covered by the enterprise fund, and that creates sort of a bookend for maybe how high we might go from a capital reinvestment standpoint. And then the third method was to look at depreciation. And we include that in there just to give you that contrast, because the existing business plans are on an accounting basis, so they're looking at depreciation as a cost recovery mechanism. And what we're trying to highlight is that we don't think that depreciation is really adequate enough based on our evaluation, that really we probably need to be closer to, the $340,000 or $350,000 per year range. And so that's why we recommended that and assumed that within the plan. And we discussed it with staff, and we felt that, it allows us to maintain a positive fund balance over time and starts to build in a reasonable amount of capital reinvestment into the slip fees or the cost of service. Next slide, please. So this presents a comparison of those revenues we shared with you before relative to the expenditures. And what you can see there is basically the gap analysis between our current revenues and the revenue requirements. If we were to assume the assumptions I laid out related to the operating costs and the capital reinvestment. And the delta between those two are about 37%. And as I kind of mentioned earlier, that's about the differential we had on the market analysis, not to suggest that coincidentally, they're about the same delta. So we had some recommendations listed here. If we were to implement a rate plan to raise the slip fees to cover this differential, which I think we'll talk a little bit more about in some subsequent slides, we'd recommend maybe phasing this in over time. And this allows us to assess the price elasticity I touched on earlier, potentially. So that was one of the thought processes that went into the recommendations. Commissioner Walker had a question about the CIP earlier. This is that slide where we're presenting the capital plan. You can see Doc A, B, and C, the estimated cost in millions. The bar chart to the left shows the timing of those capital expenditures. And while the financial plan is about 10 years, we did have a CIP that spanned a longer range of time that was provided by staff. And I just want to reiterate again that this is before the master plan. There could be, through that work effort, the identification of additional capital reinvestment needs or maybe changes to the facility, which could have a bearing on the level of service. As Vice Mayor Turinga mentioned, hopefully I pronounced your name correctly, I'm sorry. So another point about this is just to highlight again that the timing of these capital expenditures are not annually recurring. They're going to occur infrequently, and that's why, we want to build in that amortization, so that way we can have level, predictable fees that, build up cash reserves over time for the eventual need for these capital expenditures. To accommodate the financial plan and the phasing, we worked with staff to, I think that they deferred the harbor master building to 2030, and we made some assumptions about some short-term financing, which I'll touch on in the next slide, that maybe 3-year loans to help finance on a short-term basis some of these capital expenditures, so we could phase in these rate adjustments. Next slide, please. So here's the summary of the loan assumptions we had in the model, as well as some other funding assumptions. The financial plan for the Harbor Master Building assumed about $2.5 million in penny tax in 2030 to help fund the needs, and also we had loans for the other improvements that were identified. 2035 was a little bit outside of that 10-year window, but we did take a look beyond just our primary focus period, because the model can go out a little bit farther. Next slide, please. And then when you're done with this section, we can open up for questions. So I want to touch on a few things here. One, you'll see the recommendations, we're, to account for that, a delta, the roughly 40% delta plus inflation over the next several years. We've recommended about a 10% increase to the slip fees per year. We'd recommend doing the initial increase on April 1st. So try to implement it sooner rather than later. That gives you a few more months to accrue some additional revenue. That would leave you with a roughly 18-month period before the next increase, which would occur on October 1st of 24, and then we'd get back onto an annual cycle thereafter. And then, after 27, we're identifying that, we might be able to go down to lower rate adjustments, inflation thereafter, once we brought the rates up to the level that, we're targeting that capital reinvestment in the operating costs that we forecasted. The chart to the right basically presents both the revenues and the expenditures. And there's some, oddities, I guess you could say. You can see this up and down effect on the revenues, and you might be wondering, well, why are the revenues kind of going up and down? Well, one of the things that we worked with staff on was identifying that as we were going to have closure of the slips, while we're doing some of these capital improvements that we might not generate the full amount of revenue. So we did some work papers to estimate what that loss in revenue would be as those capital improvements were being done, and this reflects the estimates of that. So that's been baked into the financial planning. If you look at that solid black line, that would be without rate adjustments, the current fees, what would our revenues look like? And so you can see almost within the next few years, we have a gap analysis to the bars, which are funding requirements we've identified. And that's why, the dotted green line represents our revenues with the prescribed rate adjustments, basically the delta over time, let's say by 2027, would be roughly 50% increase in rates within the financial plan. Capital expenditure in 2030 is offset by some penny tax revenue, so that's another abnormality with the projection. So just want to call that out. It reflects the timing of the building and the construction there, and so that cost would be funded from the penny tax. So to kind of recap, we have, if we implement these rate increases based on our forecast of expenditure requirements, we have two sort of fiscal metrics that we were looking at. One was pay-as-you-go financing is a terminology we like to use, but in essence, that the net revenues. So our revenues minus our expenditures, what's left over, that's available for capital reinvestment. That's what we refer to as pay-go. And so that bar represents that calculation. That bar represents what is our revenues after O&M. And so you can see over time with that phase-in, we approach our target, our cash flow target, that 350 in year one, that gets inflation adjusted over time in the forecast period. And we approach it by fiscal year 28, 29, which is the end of our rate phasing plan. Next slide, please. And then the second, most important metric we look at is our cash balances. And you can see that the cash starts to build and then drops again as we implement the capital improvement plan. And because we fall below our targets or approach them, we need to realize the use of interfund loans on a short-term basis. But again, those loans are paid off within 3 years, so they're really not long-term financing instruments. And with those rate increases based on this plan, you can see that generally we stay above and within range. The yellow line, so the mountain graph represents our ending cash balance within the forecast period. The yellow line represents our policy target. And then the blue line represents an enterprise fund target that we identified just for our own purposes because the Government Finance Officers Association recommends with like enterprise funds that we have a purpose for the reserve. So we try to think back to what's a prudent or best practice from both an operating and a capital reserve policy basis. And then we thought about are there any other types of reserves we might need. And we felt that really just operating and the capital would be sufficient. And so we came up with an assumption around 90 days operating in case you have something that would result in a period of time where you wouldn't collect revenues, and then another element being maybe 1 year's worth of depreciation or replacement cost depreciation, something like that, and that's where that blue line comes up with. So. And I think that the minimum targets are helpful, but I think this is one of those funds that if you really pay-go funded everything in your capital, you would continuously be building that fund up to eventually be drawing it down perfectly once those capital expenditures hits, unless you were going to debt finance improvements. So ideally, this would be a fund that would exceed those policies for a number of years and then be drawn back down to the policy, but not to go below the policy. And with that, that's the end of the section. Open it up for some questions on this financial plan.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation. Just some random questions and I'll try to remember some of the things you were talking about. You talked about, in the very beginning, I think, about the boat ramp. Okay, and you had mentioned, I think that should probably go up a little bit, you had said, or something like that. I'm not, do you remember what you said? It probably should go up.
On the boat ramp revenues? Yeah,
Okay.
I think we assumed, for boat ramp revenues, we assumed 3% inflationary indexing in the plan, because inflation goes up, we should apply those across the board, but.
Did you look, you didn't happen to look at that as a separate issue?
Yeah, we did. We did a cost allocation to it, but we felt.
If you did that, you'd have to go up a lot more than 3%.
Yes, sir. I think that you would, but. Yeah, I think that you would, and but I will say this: when we did the cost allocation, I think that there were some things that when we did the allocation, we probably over allocated, and I think that where we were at in this study when we were going through is that there was so much that we were, and that the main focus was to the slip fees because the boat ramp fees represent a smaller cost relative, and so we were trying to focus on what are the most impactful recommendations without detracting too much. So, but that being said, at a minimum for right now, we'd recommend inflationary indexing to those fees, and then you can reevaluate them over time. I mean, there's a policy consideration here too. Depending on what your objectives are, with access to the boat ramp fees and access to the facility. So that was another thing that we weren't really clear on maybe what the objectives were. So we focused on maybe the most impactful objectives, and those included, the slip fees and the surcharges and the rate structure itself.
If I may, would somebody help me recall what we just signed an agreement for parking at the church?
Yeah, that.
Somebody knows what that is.
So like church went 900 a month, or maybe that's too low?
$850
a month.
Yeah.
$850 a month.
Yeah, that's correct. It increased.
I'm sorry, the commissioner's right, it's 900. Our offer was 850 and they went for 900.
Oh, can you repeat that? No,
The
just.
commissioner's correct, it's 900.
If that's not correct, we'll have to come back and correct it.
Yeah, then you'll correct me, right? Yeah, got it.
So I just wanted to point that out, and then you see the fees we have, and then when you start doing some of the allocations, I just wanted to see how deep you went into this, so I'm off of that subject, okay?
I was gonna, we did provide, I mean, we did look at that lease, and at the time, we were kind of anticipating that there would be an increase, so we did look at that, but with the revenues being, 23,000 for the boat ramp, in consideration of the lease of about 11,000, we're still exceeding, revenues over expenses for that specific boat ramp usage.
Right, and then if you look at all of the other costs that are associated with that, including a major issue here in the city is parking for us. And so we end up taking up a lot more parking than just that church. We use the parking along our park. And that's another subject. I just wanted to see how deep you went into that. So thank you. You answered my question. We talked about a baseline. We talked about making doing what docks we were going to do, when we were going to do them. Did you look into any of the? You showed some reduction in what's going to happen if we all get moved. If someone's in there, a whole dock gets moved out.
Yes.
Were there any considerations made for that other than the financial consideration of we're not getting the revenue?
Well, we tried to model all of the financial implications of that. So the capital expenditure, we look, a lot of the operating costs for the most part are going to be fixed. We did not, I should admit that we didn't lower variable costs in lockstep, but I don't think it would have a material effect on the financial plan. But we were trying to get, as best as you can with the financial projection going out 10 years, a reasonable estimate. And we felt that this was very reasonable to forecast that was prepared.
Thank you. And so I just want to ask a question about the reserve numbers that you were talking about. So how we used to do this a number of years ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago, we had a reserve, and in your terminology, we had a capital reserve. Actually, it was a capital budget. It was a revenue associated that was to go into that. And I'll come back to that later, not in this session. And then we had an operational reserve, and the operational reserve was a 90-day reserve. And it was just simply a 90-day reserve.
Okay.
That's city talk, right?
Yeah.
I guess. So we just had a 90-day, so whatever the revenue was per month, take that times 3, and then that's what you'd want to have in the reserve. We now do it all, we do that differently. Did you notice that?
I noticed that the enterprise fund target followed more of what I see for general funds. So it was a percent of the budget.
And we ended up combining those.
Yep.
Because somebody decided that that's what we needed to do. But
which is
combining
fine.
it really didn't fit in the way we were doing the budgeting previously. So the budgeting was really done, operational budgeting and capital budgeting on a 20-year basis for the capital budgeting.
Yeah, I think that was our observation, and that's why, I think you astutely picked up on why we were talking about those two different lines there. So I think for enterprise fund, trying to identify a linkage back to the operating and capital does make a lot of sense, but we weren't necessarily recommending that you go to that level. I think it's a bit of a moot point because, as I mentioned before, if we're targeting PAYGO funding all of our capital needs, we're going to always have to go above those minimum reserves. So it's more of a question of how low do we go on those minimums. And with the backing of the city, I mean, you have the flexibility to go down that low if the general fund is backing the marina fund in theory, but
Then we were not doing that. Then we were pay as you go, the whole pay as you go, the
Yep.
whole ballgame. You talked about some of the expenses.
Yes, sir.
And I assume I'm just asking the question. So,
Yeah.
Did you get into any of the detail of those expenses?
We did. We worked with Lainey and Lori and your harbor master to run through each line item of the operating expense and some of the, I think we had about an hour with each of them as part of the engagement to ask questions about the line items of cost to assess whether these costs are annually recurring, and then also asking the question, are there costs in here that aren't in here that may be in next year's budget and whatnot. And as I presented earlier, we have about a 10% bump off of actuals. So we felt like, that we had a reasonable budget in there for financial planning going forward. Now, inflation's been taking up a lot, so you'd be wise to reevaluate this.
Thank you, and I wanted to make the point, you didn't do any judgmental evaluation of that. You simply asked, what was it, and is this, when you're going to spend this, and how you're going to spend this? Just for clarity's sake. Thank you.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Yep.
The different docks, was a plan, do you know if there's a plan? I don't know what the plan is yet, but is there a plan for what kind of a dock is going to go in there for an A?
These assume replacement of a like dock, the same dock, a fixed dock. That's what is the cost that was built in here. And I think staff could probably comment in more detail about the capital plan.
No, I fully understand. So you just took the numbers that they gave to you and implemented those. Thank you. No, that's what you were supposed to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll pass.
Commissioner Gao, anything?
I can't follow that. No, ma'am. Ask and answer.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I just have kind of one thing. The Harbor Master Building, Harbor Master Building, bathrooms, parking, how are the costs and the revenues from those incorporated into the enterprise fund?
Yeah, so I think the restrooms are a part of the park, if I'm not mistaken. And so the cost of that's funded through the general fund, if I'm correct. Maybe staff wants to comment more specifically about the restrooms. And then what was the other?
Are there showers in those restrooms?
Yes.
Okay,
In the private
I have
ones.
not been in there, so.
In the
okay.
private ones.
Okay.
Yes, so good morning, Lainey Sheets, Administration Superintendent. As it relates specifically to the restrooms in the park facility, when those restrooms were constructed, a portion of, and this was before my time, so I'm going on what I was told, the portion of that building was charged to the Marina Enterprise Fund that is for the exclusive use of the marina slip renters. We do not have baked in here, because it goes beyond the asset lifespan that we were looking at. There are no cost allocations for the replacement of those into this rate model as it is, because that asset is expected to last beyond what the time frame is that we are looking at.
What about maintenance?
It is not covered.
There generally is limited, so Lori has within her budget some general supplies, cleaning supplies, toilet paper supplies, those kind of things that are baked into our operating budget as it occurs today.
Mayor, may I make a comment? As I understand, it's one half. The marina pays one half, but I don't know if that's correct or not.
One half of
the maintenance.
Of the maintenance.
The parking lot is split. That is split for maintenance as far as, repaving.
Well, but staying on the bathroom for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can, get some better, because if there's a conflict about what we pay for maintenance or what the marina pays for maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at it because I was pushing that it should be covered since it is part of the marina, but from what I understand, as far as the maintenance of the bathroom, it is not under the Marina Enterprise Fund.
Okay, so parking.
The parking lot is proportion to the marina as compared to the park.
I think we need to get an answer from somebody about that.
Okay.
Correct.
Clarify.
Well, I think she just told you the answer.
I think, yeah, we asked
So
that.
are you saying you don't believe that answer?
I don't think that answer is correct.
We'll verify.
Yeah.
The restroom.
Okay.
The restroom maintenance.
Okay. That's okay, we'll verify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want her to have the correct, she's asking a question. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure she has the correct.
So you're saying the parking lot itself, maintenance, upkeep, all that is all covered 50/50?
No, it's allocated based on parking space.
Based on the on the space.
Okay,
basis.
so that's an allocation. Got it. Okay.
But that's included in the operations.
Yes.
which is what you looked at.
Yeah, and my understanding as it relates to the restrooms is that that cost isn't baked into the operating budget, but I could be mistaken, and we'll look at that again. But we talked about it, and it would be difficult, I think, to really allocate it because that building and that facility is dual purpose. So you don't necessarily know how much water use is occurring from the restrooms that are accessible to the general public versus the restrooms and shower facilities that are accessible only to the slip users.
Yeah, but except, sorry, I'm going to have to say something on that.
Okay.
We don't know what you just said makes sense, except we have no idea how much water and electricity our liveaboards are using, or our commercial docks, or our regular. I mean, we don't know those breakdowns either, and we're attaching a percentage or a best guess. So I don't see where the difference is my point.
Okay, so, and then my last one was, unless anybody else can think of any outlier, was the harbor master building philosophy. And, you know, when you talk about the restaurant versus harbor master office versus the rent lease versus the maintenance of the building, replacement, so how does all those things split out?
Are you referring to how we develop the funding for those improvements, or, you know, is that?
Expense revenue in out of that building and how it breaks down.
Okay, well, of that building in particular, the funding happens in 2030. I think that I should mention that it is I don't even know what kind of, it's a rough cost estimate of what we think that building may cost in the future in 2030. And so it was estimated at 25 million. So from the expenditure side,
25 million.
2.5, sorry, 2.5 million.
And Terry, I'm
$2.5 million.
kind of more talking about, so is
Sorry.
the asset considered a city-owned, not necessarily harbor, where the harbor master's office is paid for with rent? And then, of course, my question was, well, then why is the lease cost of the restaurant going to the enterprise fund since the city owns the building?
I see.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, so the enterprise fund owns the building, and the lease payments, ideally would be able to recover their proportionate share of the building costs. And when we looked at it, it did more than that. It provided a bit of a benefit based on original costs of the building that we had in service. And also staff had looked at some comparable rates, because that was a question we had, how do the lease rates compare, in the region, and they communicated to us they had done some analysis on that, and that they were representative of market rates within the region. So, now
Who does the maintenance? So
Oh,
Marina,
well, the enterprise fund does.
the enterprise does the maintenance of
yep.
the building, therefore gets the lease cost of the restaurant.
Yeah,
And then, of course, that, obviously, that lends itself to then, then is the penny fund building it like just, okay, this is what we need to keep this amenity going because the marina fund can't afford to really fund that?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, that, they didn't have all of the cash available, and so this provides a benefit to the infrastructure reinvestment for that building. But, the flip side of that is you would generate revenue if you maintain the restaurant, and that revenue could be used to help repay that over time. We've assumed that the revenue stays within the enterprise fund for purposes of financial planning. But again, this is pretty far out there in the forecast. This is 2030.
Well, and at this point, we don't even know where the building's going to be. 'Cause
Yeah,
the
no,
master,
I
the
get
master
it. I
plan
just,
may say it should be somewhere else. I mean, I'm not saying it should.
Yeah,
Nobody panic. I'm just saying, with the master plan, it may
Yeah.
evaluate something else.
Yeah, my thought is that it's kind of there's a business decision and then there's a policy decision a lot of times with these things, and I think that this is one of those things that falls more into the business decision side. Although I don't know the importance of having a restaurant as an amenity within the marina in that region. But that being said, to me, I think it makes sense from a business standpoint to maintain the restaurant and the lease.
Gotcha, okay. No, that's great, I just wanted to make sure I understood how those little outliers got played into the enterprise fund. But I think that's all my questions right now.
questions, Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. Yeah, so I want to just talk about slide 17 and the depreciation. Now, again, I own and operate my own business, but I know enough accounting to be extremely dangerous. And with that said, so right now, we are depreciating about $150,000 based on historical cost, correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of what you brought attention to is the fact that depreciation value should be probably closer to 350.
Yeah, assuming full amortization of all assets, depreciation, if you have assets that, those assets have reached their full life, they can drop off in the depreciation calculation.
Okay. And that realizes, correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be wrong, that realizes basically a tax refund in terms of how that depreciation's recognized, right?
Well, we're non-tax because we're an enterprise fund, so there's no tax refund.
All right, so, okay, that's good. So you're not predicating that assumption or the change in the depreciation to $350K into your current model for cash reserve?
Yeah, it doesn't provide a benefit to have the higher amount. There's
Okay.
not a tax implication to it.
All right, I appreciate that clarification.
Yep.
And this is to add on to some of the things I think need to be further incorporated into this. You made the distinction that the dock replacements would be based on what's existing, and that's fixed. And I know that, and this has been a discussion, this isn't a surprise, but I know that there's been some discussions of, why fixed, why not floating docks? Floating docks are more expensive. But just to make sure, for the record, cover a concern here that a lot of the current docks that exist at high tides become completely covered. And I think, I don't know if that's been incorporated into this plan, but I think it needs to be.
Yeah, I think we talked about that issue, and staff indicated that if they were to replace it, that it'd probably be installed a little bit higher, but they want to keep in mind that there's also low tide, and you're trying to create the accessibility to the boats, so there's a bit of a balancing effect, but at least that was internal discussions I recall.
Yeah. We've talked about the docks pretty extensively. I think there's a few things at play. Obviously, the master plan will help guide and give you those options for the style, and then what that looks like as far as changing the amount of slips and then the impact on the revenue. So I think those discussions are going to be forthcoming as you move through that master plan process, and we can kind of plug it into the model to see how those rates then change. But for replacement, as they're planned out, if you continue with this, as it is, there would have to be that discussion then with the installer at that time as to where they're going to be placed to be, beneficial to accommodate high and low tides. I know, we've all been there on super low tides. It's sometimes difficult to get into boats then too.
Yep. No, totally understood, and thank you for that. Then, in terms of making sure that we're capturing all of the expenses, in terms of capital improvements, and maybe this is going to be more of a master plan discussion, but there's other things that I think need to be incorporated into our planning, how we phase in the rate increase, and essentially, and how we maintain the required cash reserve. I think that need to make sure that we've identified what those capital improvements, and I'll just an example, and is the lift station there in the marina for pump out purposes. My understanding, at least from there might be in need of upgrade in the foreseeable future. Is that incorporated in the plan?
Yeah, you want to take it?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
We kind of had an other improvements category, so to speak, that would cover, other infrastructure, utility updates, which we know we recently, put in, cameras that we were just added. So we looked at try to look at every possible improvement that would be going into the marina and how we can make sure we capture that in this model. The other, again, I keep going back to the benefit of having the model is that if we have to change those, those capital improvements in the future, we can kind of plug those numbers in as we get real numbers. Because right now, a lot of these we're working with just estimates. So.
Excellent. You have to have a plan so you've got something to deviate from.
Well, I think it's important to understand too, what we're eventually going to vote on, however that occurs, is what's happening for April. The rest of it is, as you said, a plan, until we get our master plan done. But it's something to be looking at, and it's something to be basing things on until the plan changes. I think, we did this prior to the master plan because we were falling so short. We knew we had to address it and take sort of this interim step, if you will. So when the master plan comes about, it's going to look at things like the waterfront task force that you participated in, Vice Mayor, and the old Marina Master Plan, and what we currently have in there, and then what the community's thinking today, and it'll look at all those things that you're referring to, the floating docks, because I agree, it's a problem. The pump out, which was moved to the most oddest location because there was a fight everywhere about where it should go. Now we can have a broader view of it. The Harbor Master building, and what should that be? Exactly. What are the needs, and where should it be, and how big should it be, and all of those things, and then any other amenities that we might need based on what's going on in the world and what we think our residents want that are in the marina. So it's going to give us all of that.
Can I just tag on just
Sure.
the one item, the fixed versus floating docks, which I absolutely know nothing about, the difference in costs. Is it a dramatic difference in cost, the fixed versus floating docks?
From what we've looked into, I feel pretty comfortable saying it's about double, just based on, we actually did some work. Lori reached out and got a quote for one of the docks, which aligns closely with what our replacement cost is, but it doesn't include any of the utility work or the removal of the existing dock. So, and then on top of that, we know that we will lose slips. Now, how many is going to be based on the design, because the floating docks, they just take up more, they need more room. You can't float on a 2-foot finger. You might float off.
So basically, it's at least an additional $2 million probably to the impact of the rate structure.
Probably, if not more.
Yeah, so,
Right.
And a decrease in the revenue too.
Right, so all of those things, and that's what they're going to have to look at with
that's
the
huge.
master plan, because sea level rise is also important, and what do we do?
So comments are being made up here, so we looked into floating docks, and it was not double. And it was, and it depends on a lot of things, and you may lose or you may not lose, it really depends. And so I just want to make sure we don't make that assumption. We're not in that discussion yet, but for everybody's purposes, it's,
right.
We didn't find it yet.
That's the purpose of the master plan, is to kind
I
of
just
go
want to
through
see how
those,
volatile the rates would be.
those
in
bigger
terms of
things.
Changing them, right?
Those bigger things, that's what the master plan will address. And you all are providing a
Point in time. So.
a program that we can plug all of this stuff into based on how you did this.
Yeah, I would suspect that in my experience, and I've not done a marina master plan before, but if you look at master plans for other enterprise funds, utilities and whatnot, typically the costs go up as opposed to go down from what you've identified, unless you can get some value engineering. But it's, more likely you'll have more costs than less. And I think what we found is that there's a deficiency on the cost of service we've identified, if you agree with the assumptions, that is.
One other question, if I may. As I was departing from the meeting this morning, I was watching the news, and the cost of utilities, for instance, Duke is going to be raising their rates 20%. Is that factored into your model as well? And water costs are going up too.
I want to say that the electric costs are roughly $30,000 per year in the budget, and historically, I can see what that was the budget amount, and then historically, I don't know if that's the actual amount, but we talked about it. I thought that the budget was adequate to reflect the rising costs, but it still represents, once you implement the rate increases we talked about, maybe about 4% or so, that includes water, sewer, electric to the total cost of the system. So it's a fairly small overall cost. So I think the overall general inflation assumptions we have should capture everything, but that's where, reviewing it periodically and then making small incremental adjustments to your plan can capture those types of costs.
I'd like to ask a question in relationship to the mayor, what the mayor said about our capturing what the costs of electricity and water and et cetera.
That was going to be my question.
Well, no, thank you. Go ahead, then go ahead. I was going to.
Well, because I do think, and it,
Commissioner Walker done? I just didn't
he
know.
was done earlier.
Oh, okay.
And then it came to me, and then it went back to him.
Okay,
and-
sorry,
Sorry, I'm done now.
That's okay. But I do think, and again, it's likely in a master plan setting, I'm just looking at everybody in the room, I do think we have to look at, whether we should be metering certain things. I understand it's also a huge cost to install all that stuff. And so there has to be a return on investment. But think understanding what are the commercial folks who are using more electricity and water than others in general, at least some are, and liveaboards, what are they using? Well, you can't just meter them because you don't know where the liveaboards are going to move. And so it has to be, I think all of those things have to be in the master plan, have to be taken into consideration. That's what I was going to say.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can.
And I'm not saying we should.
What did you see of the collection of those costs? At what level is it being collected? Just so everybody here knows.
I think it's, I can give you an exact number if.
Not the number so much. Do you know what the enterprise fund is using with the elements that are within the enterprise fund, which includes the restaurant and everybody?
Yes, we know the total cost of water, sewer, and electric, per the trial balance as well as the budget.
And is that metered?
Yes.
Is an actual cost?
To my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, there are a few meters out there,
Yeah.
yes. We get an actual bill from.
I'm not sure if there's like a shared, like I don't know about the lighting for the parking lot, if that's shared and split, or if it's a separate phase that's metered, but.
Yeah, we pulled the Duke invoices
Yeah.
to look at what, where they are. There are, I think, 4 meters down there. So one is going to the park. I think the restaurant has their own, just confirming.
Yeah, they
It's been a
pay
while
their own,
since I
they
looked
pay
at
their
it.
own
Yeah, they pay their
demands
own.
directly.
But in total, for all the usage down there, it's a little under 30,000. So that's kind of round number for the
year?
A year for the electric, and that's including obviously, some of the building, the parking lot, the dock lights, all of those things.
Yeah, and I think and we asked about this because we were exploring the idea of like, could you meter? What would that look like? And I think as the mayor mentioned, there's some startup costs associated with trying to do that. Some of the discussion also involved, on the electric side, if you were to go through Duke and have a sub-metering type program, I think staff had mentioned Laney had identified around $15.60 per meter per month to do the sub-metering. So at that rate of cost, times 180 slips, I'm not sure for $30,000 in expense if it's worth the additional cost of the sub-metering for those reasons. I think that, think back to these are boats. The energy demands on the boats are not going to be comparable to like a single family home, and relative to the total demands of the system, I think that they're kind of smaller. And so the metering, I think the justification for that would be based on, do you have an extreme amount of variability in usage behind the meter would be one reason why you'd really want to consider. And then also if the expenditures were really high. And I think that I don't know what the variability is necessarily among the different boat users, but I think that the other threshold, I don't know if it quite crests over that threshold to suggest that it might make sense to sub-meter for that reason. But that's not to say that, that's a choice that you can.
Makes total sense, everything you just said.
Does not to me.
Oh, sorry. To me it
Because
did.
you
I was
said-
answering my questions
No,
too.
because
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, if you if you do the meters, when you purchase the pedestals, it's not very expensive, and you can also charge the user for that, because they're using it. But you have a big outlay all the way around the marina, and those folks use very, very little. And there's a system we can put on every other one of them to check them every once in a while. It costs almost nothing to ascertain that, and that would be ascertained. They don't use it. Maybe they have a trickle charge, maybe, on their boats. So it's really, there's a few, and it is specific, unless you say you had one that, I don't want to give any examples, so.
I think
It's very easily manageable, and this is managed like this across the country. And if you don't want to use it, I'm sorry, I didn't want to get into this yet, but if you don't want to use the metering, you can calculate roughly how much somebody's going to be using if they're there most of the time. And you could charge it.
Yeah, I think in the survey, not all, we had about 8 out of 10 survey respondents that gave us a lot of data on, their operations. So it's not the complete list of the entities we show in the rate, but about, 4 out of the 8 had metered electrical use, and only 1 had metered water use. So I think you're right. I mean, it depends
Sorry,
on.
could you just tell us if those were municipal or private?
One is private
A
and
bunch of municipals have.
3 are, so Clearwater, Gulfport, and St. Petersburg have electric use metered.
And those are the biggest, if you add all those numbers up.
Yeah, St. Pete, Clearwater,
70%.
Marker 1, and Gulfport in the survey respondents.
So when you do that separation on that thing you're going to come back and give us, would you mark those two and just show us?
Yes,
Yeah,
on
because
the survey.
I think it would be, I would like to understand from them, they can tell us, going on your point, Vice Mayor, whichever ones have both commercial and liveaboard and regular, they could tell us the difference between it. Just understand the percent difference, right? And you can do a calculation from there and maybe apply it to ours, you know what I'm saying? If their electric bill is 100,000 versus our 30, and they do the breakdown, well, then we could do the same and understand if what we're doing with our rates in the different categories are sufficient. Do you understand what I just said? Does that make any sense?
I understand fully.
I think that would be an
Good idea.
easy thing without causing a lot of drama, to at least give us something, and I think we should see that.
Yeah, I think.
Does that make sense to you?
It does, and I think that maybe some of this discussion.
Because then we can feel better or not about, right? I mean, that's just it. I mean, you have to ask these questions. Nobody's saying they want certain things or not. We're just trying to be fiscally responsible. That's it.
So I know we haven't gotten to the benchmarking section, which I'm sure we'll, as we get there, but with St. Pete, with the liveaboard and the commercial, you have a note even in your chart that says it's a lower charge due to less utility use. So we can certainly reach out to these municipal marinas and
I think
get
it'd be
as much
great. I'm not worried
information,
about
but-
water. We own our own water. So it's a different, to me, that's different.
And it's about $3,000 a year.
Our water bill?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a different thing. I mean, one could say though, if you were a fishing boat, let's say, you would think they use a lot of water. But if it's $3,000, a year.
So this, what I was going to say is that this discussion kind of gets into some of the recommendations surrounding the surcharges, I think. And,
Sorry, did we jump sections?
no,
That's
no,
my
I mean,
fault.
I think they're valid questions, and I think this is helpful. So when we get to those sections, we'll have a good foundation for that discussion, I think. So I think it's fine.
So, Mayor, if I may, one of the things I think is important when we're looking at the metering versus non-metering is if we're sub-metering, we need to look at staff time involved.
Yeah, oh, you have to look at it all. Nobody's saying
As far
you
as the
have to
total
answer that
expenditure
question.
goes.
I just think the number will tell
Marinas
us.
usually charge for that, so if you're
Right.
gonna do something,
Five
you
marinas
charge for it.
who
if you want.
use meters and what their
Unless it goes directly to, unless you pay your electric bill.
utility bill.
Like at Marker One, you pay your electric bill, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, and to jump ahead just a little bit, I would say that there's a few ways you can address it. One is you can set a surcharge reasonably set so that way you ensure that you're covering that delta and you can estimate what that delta in the cost is. Because you know, for example, from energy use, and I've not done the calculations, but if we really wanted to, we could say, okay, well, they have this amount of energy draw, they're running at X amount of time per day, we know these many kilowatt hours per month, and then we can estimate what the cost is on a per unit basis. And then you can compare that to, you know, and so then I think that's instructive to say, okay, well, here's what the surcharge that we're proposing, and then you can compare the two together. So that could be like an additional exercise we look at, you know, after today's presentation.
We're getting way into the woods on this, but there's a device that we can do that right now, very inexpensive, and just check, do a random check. But we're getting way into the weeds, so.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, when you look at like the number of slips that you have that, you know, would maybe that you're trying to isolate for, it's not every slip that would have a, you know, liveaboard's limited to like, for example, 10 slips. So, you know, the additional energy consumption, so as long as, you know, your liveaboard surcharge reasonably is set to.
Right, that's why I'm saying if
Yeah.
you do this percentage thing based on the other marinas and what their average percentage.
Yeah, exactly.
By user category and apply it to us, I think it'll tell us enough that we need to know.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think it'll answer the question, because it is something that, you know, I had to think about, and I agree, you know, when you're doing the pedestals or in the future when we're doing the docks, that would be the time to do that kind of thing if we were gonna do metering.
Yeah, rather than retro, but I don't know what the cost.
Yeah,
are.
yeah, but I don't know that either, and is it worth it? Is it a good return on investment? It feels like it probably isn't, but I don't wanna make that guess.
Roughly 2010, if you were a user of the slip and you wanted to run your air conditioning, at any given point in time, there's 6 months that they calculated, they would charge you $90 a month. If you said, hey, I might come down on my boat on a weekend, I want to run my air, you paid $90. Then we decided to hold the 90 at 90 and it was decided to hold the 90 at 90 because we felt like we were gonna, if we did anything different, we would meter anybody that was using it. So there was an absolute number there, and then things.
That went away, you're
Yeah,
saying?
I don't know if it's still there or not. If we still charge, if you can still run your air.
I ran my
$90.
air on my boat a lot when I was down there, trust me, it was hot.
So I don't.
So, I mean, like, I would go down there with my husband and my kid on a Friday
good.
evening, and if it was hot, I had the air on. But I mean, I was out down there a couple hours.
Yeah.
Wasn't,
But so
well,
we
I don't
did-
want to
we
say,
did it.
I did sleep
So
on my
we
boat a
have done
couple
it.
times, and that did happen, I had my air on, for
Do
sure.
we still do it? Do we still do that if you want to run your air?
I don't think so, nobody ever, I never knew that when I was down there.
Not to my
$90.
knowledge. Yeah, Lainey,
Ask them not to run there. Yeah, I mean, the
I think there's a
request is-
policy not to run it if you're not there.
Oh, if you're not
no,
there.
no,
Oh,
not-
yeah,
not
no, I
there.
I would never run, because
Was
then
a
the boat has to be on.
There was sort of
It's
a
using
poli-
gas.
Anyway, we're getting the weeds.
Yeah, no.
There was
Okay.
a policy, you could run it for 2 hours and 2 hours.
Yeah,
But prior to you, if you had guests coming.
That's not there.
How the heck do you enforce that?
Or keep track of it, yeah.
Okay, next section.
So I have 2 slides to lead it that attempts to give you an overview and then summarize the findings, and then we have a number of slides behind it that presents the detail behind some of the benchmarking. So
I
we
don't think we
can,
need to get into the detail, because we've got 45 minutes before the end of our meeting.
Yeah, so I think, we may want to focus on the
And I do want to
surcharges
give
and
the
the rate
public a
design.
chance to speak. I see we have the Marina Advisory and the Finance Board, so I mean,
Yep.
if we can maybe summarize it in the next 15 minutes, that
Yeah,
would be great.
I think we can.
Okay.
So this is a listing of all the entities. This is a breakdown of who's municipal or private, and also who participated directly. We included the fees for everybody on the list, for the fee comparison. But, Homeport and Tarpon Springs, we didn't get responses to our survey questionnaire, which we submitted. So we had a surprisingly good turnout, and I'd like to commend staff because I think their relationships maybe with some of the other harbor masters facilitated some of this. So, I was hoping that we would get a good turnout, but I wasn't necessarily expecting we'd get 80%. So I think that was good.
Lori has convened a Harbor Masters group, by the way.
I'm sure she has.
Right.
So I'll just try to run through
Our
this.
sports group aficionado over there, now she's got a marina group.
So I already mentioned that from the standpoint of the charges for service, when we benchmarked that the city's rates are lower. And the other kind of finding was that the 40 to 50-foot slip rates looked a bit lower relative to the other ones, to the ones that we were comparing to. And roughly half of those that charge, that we surveyed, that charge fees charge similar to like a linear foot basis, which is going to be a recommendation later on we'll touch on. The marina's transient rates are, in the survey were about 2 times the city's current rate, so that's another one that could get adjusted up. And that's, Vice Mayor, when you talked about the reference I made earlier, that was actually, I think, to the transient fees that we are recommending that those actually go up with the same overall increase to the other slip fees. So just to clarify that point. One of the tables in here, we were able to get the audited financial statements for those that had enterprise funds, and we looked at the operating cost per slip basis for what that's worth for a comparable basis. And based on that analysis, it looked like the operating costs were relatively low to those that we compared to. But there's a lot that goes into that, and I'm not suggesting that your operating expenses are too low or high. It's just a comparative metric for the operating budget relative to those surveyed. Another key finding is that the demand for recreational boat slips is currently high. 90% of the surveyed marinas had a wait list with over 100 individuals. That's not too unsurprising right now with COVID, the desire to do boating more and more. And it made sense to us. But yeah, the finding was that there were many, not just at the city's marina, but other marinas that had wait lists. We found that the overall amenities were comparable, but that's a subjective assessment. We have a listing of the table that you can compare for yourself and make your own determination. 3 of the comparables allowed liveaboards, and all of those had fees that were, more than 2 times the city's current rate of $90 for the liveaboard per month. So that was another key finding. And half of the surveyed marinas, so the 8 surveyed, had an additional fee for utilities, which we touched on a little bit. So we've already presented this comparison earlier in the introductory section, but what might be interesting is to compare it on a linear foot basis. So if we were to take those monthly fees and divide by the linear foot, this gives you a comparison on a dollar per linear foot basis. And we have this presentation on the next slide graphically, if it's okay for me to move forward. So what this shows is that if the line is straight, then that means that they're charging the exact same rate for every linear foot. If the line is declining, that means that as you're getting into a larger slip, then the rate's a little bit lower. If it's increasing, then that means that the larger slips pay slightly more. And some of these on the charts, you can see have different approaches. On average, for all of those that we surveyed, they're generally about the same. There's some variability. It all approximates about $12 a linear foot for the different categories. As I mentioned earlier, of the 8 that we surveyed and had more detailed data on, we know that they in fact, so Marker 1, Tarpon Landing, Madeira Beach, and Clearwater are charged on a linear foot basis. So it's not an uncommon approach to design. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison of the transient and non-residential charge. So this was something that was discussed in one of the prior presentations that we had given. And so we were responding to the request for additional information about our data on this. And so we included it in the slide. But we have there the resident versus non-resident differential, as well as the transient rates. I mean, if you were to raise the transient rate in lockstep with your slip fees, then obviously that would approach $1.40 as opposed to 93 cents after, the 5-year phase-in. Next slide, please. So I thought this was kind of interesting. So this gives you a breakdown of the number of slips. Some of those we didn't know in aggregate, so we just tried to share what we knew. And those that did have slip information and did have an enterprise fund reported costs on, so you can see Clearwater, Gulfport, Madeira Beach, St. Pete. And if in column H on that table, you can see what the operating cost per slip is. And then we looked at the personnel costs per slip as well. And generally speaking, they were kind of in alignment. Next slide, please. This is just a commentary about the wait list and the raw data that we were provided from the survey on the wait list. Next slide, please. This is that assessment we did on the amenities. We looked at different types of amenities: bathroom access, shower access, laundry access, restaurant, bar, shopping, hotel, fishing or bait supplies, boat lift, boat ramp, etc. And you can see how Dunedin compares to everyone else. There are clearly going to be more amenities like floating versus fixed and things like that. But I think that we try to capture some of those, but probably not all of the amenities that one might consider. Next slide. So this talks in more detail about the liveaboard and commercial surcharges. So in the first 2 columns, we're focusing on the liveaboard. You can see those that allow it, Gulfport, Madeira, St. Petersburg. And then on the commercial fee side, you can see what other folks are charging. The liveaboard fee is currently $90. And of those on the comparison, you're not less than most likely $200, depending on the size of boat that you have. For those that we did have, it's a small sample size. 3 entities. It's a small sample size, but it is reflective of the fact that they're all consistently much higher than what we're currently charging on the liveaboard rate. As it relates to commercial, I think I had. I just want to do a quick, do you have the incremental by chance for that one? Give me 1 second, I just want to back into it. So 40% for 43-foot, 40% surcharge is about $132. That's currently what we charge, or close to that based on the current fee. I think I calculated for the first fee with the rate increase in it, but that's a rough ballpark about what the the 40% surcharge on commercial generates. And, if you compare that to some of the others, I think that it's low relative to some of the ones we surveyed. And for that reason, I think one of the recommendations we have for both the liveaboard and the commercial surcharge would be to raise them. We did do some cost allocations, but we couldn't necessarily do a precise enough cost allocation to justify it on a cost of service basis. So we're recommending that you look at it from a market basis. And for that reason, for the liveaboard, we recommended linking it to maybe the same sort of a surcharge that you have for commercial, and or applying it up to maybe what the market comparables charge. So that can range. For commercial, we thought potentially you could raise the surcharge to a 1.5 times factor based on some of the benchmarking, but this is really a policy choice about what you want to do with these surcharges, I think. And then this is just a summary of those that charge the utilities. So this gives you a breakdown, and you can see those that charge the electric meter use we've already discussed, and the water use. And we also include some Wi-Fi or other amenities that they offer.
Which we've already determined we're doing. Wi-Fi, right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, we need to get to the final recommendations because we're at 5 minutes to noon.
Okay. So if you just keep going to the next slide. So we looked at a few different rate structures. One would be the existing rate structure, one would be a linear foot, and one would be an area-based. And the lines there chart what is the monthly fee under those three options. All three options are designed to produce the same overall revenue under existing rates, I believe. And then we would apply the, recommended rate adjustments, at the 10% per year on top of whatever the redesigned rates would look like. And therefore, each one of these options will produce, under current occupancy, the same revenue based on our calculations. What you'll notice is that the current fee methodology, the AB system, and the linear foot methodology are very comparable as the lines overlap one another. Where they deviate a little bit is that at the 50-foot, which is something we talked about before, and the benchmarking sort of corroborated that our 50-foot rate could probably go up a bit based on this. The area adjusts up and down, and the next slide, I think, presents it on a linear foot basis, so you can see that in a little bit more detail. Same presentation, just on a linear foot basis. So because the linear foot is so comparable to your existing methodology, it's a common approach and could simplify the rate structure in theory. It was a recommendation of the finding of the study. If we were to implement, the linear foot phased, this gives you a presentation of what that change, the boxed adjustment would be, what that fee would look like with the 10% adjustment and the rate structure changes versus the current fee, which is 2 columns to the left of that. And then also we presented some information about, how the surcharges would look. So for commercial, if we went from 1.4 to 1.5, that adds about $30 a month. And for the liveaboard, there were a few different options we kind of looked at. If you went to a 1.4 factor, it could range from $110 to $184, depending on your boat size. 1.5 factor, $134 to $230. The 1.4 might have a lower impact than if you just inflation adjusted it since it was last examined. That would take it up to about $175 as another potential option. Or just market adjust it to the average of what the others are charging, and that is about, $215. At current rates. Just see here. And then that prior slide just shows you what the incremental effects from those changes are, so you could see the monthly effects. So the next section is only one slide, but recaps all of our findings. I'm not going to rehash it in great detail. Effectively, the recommendation is to implement 10% increases for the financial plan purpose to try to get the revenues up closer to the cost of service that we identified for the reasons we talked about earlier. We're recommending to consider a revision of the rate structure to linear foot basis, easier to understand, a common method, and would provide some benefit to rebalance that 50-foot slip rate. The other two considerations relate to the surcharges. In both cases, we're recommending increasing them based on the market basis, but you have some options over which the direction you could go with that. For commercial, I think we're landing around a 1.5, and for the liveaboard, 1.4 up to the market-based is an option. With that, any questions, any additional questions we can answer, and then maybe if we want to open it up for public comment.
Yeah. Any questions on those two sections?
I do. I have
Go ahead.
a number of questions. A couple of things that were talked about here. I just pulled out some research we had done before at Gulfport, and I'm not suggesting this at all. I'm just asking the question. What we had at that time was a comparison between a 45 by 19 foot boat. The slip. The difference between the liveaboard and a recreational boater or a resident was, one was, you can guess which one this is, one was $749 and the other one was $367. The difference is 382, or almost double. I'm just pointing that out, and I'm only pointing it out because we went down there. That was when we did the waterfront task force, and we went down and compared a lot of different marinas and looked at a lot of different things. So I don't know how that differs with what you were saying, but I just wanted to point that out. I'm not suggesting that. We started. You talked about doing a linear foot because it's easy or something like that.
Easier to understand.
Easier to understand, okay? I've had a boat, I've had a larger boat, and I've had a smaller boat on a floating dock, okay? No comparison. There's just absolutely no comparison, okay? Most people want that kind of a dock. That's important that we consider that before we start setting rates, is my point. And I'll just leave it at that then. We need to understand what it is that we want to provide. You made that point. We have to understand who are we, what are we doing with that? And I can read some examples for that, I won't. And right out of our book, right out of our charter. Here's the form, okay? When we do A and B pricing, okay? I can do the whole budget for the marina in 3 hours if I take a 2-hour lunch, okay? Because obviously you just push a button. You see what you got to have on your B pricing, and so that everybody understands what I'm talking about. So A pricing is everybody pays the same because we all have equal access to the individuals within the marina and the service that we ask for. We got something broken, we ask to get it fixed. We all get it fixed at the same. We should all get it fixed at the same time, okay? But then we charge by square footage, okay? If you rent a house, or you buy a house, or you sell a house, you do it by square footage. The Clearwater study, the guy that did that, said the best way of doing anything, of all slips, is to do it by square footage. I don't care what my square footage is. Tell me what my slip costs. Just tell me what my slip. I don't know what the slip next to me costs. I don't need to know what the slip next to me costs. I can ask, and we're a public organization, you can tell them. Okay, here's what that one is. It's all by square footage. It's just by square footage. It's your fee, your part A, your part B, and it's fair and it's even, and it makes sense. Everything else you want to add on, you add on. Okay, the guy across from me who's not using any electricity should not pay for any of my electricity that I use. So that's simple. You just have to figure that out. And you can get those numbers. We can get those numbers, or as I did a whole letter in 2020 to everybody, staff, to commission, to everybody. Everybody on the Marine Advisory at that point in time, explaining all of that. It is simple, okay? It's very, very simple. None of them care. Anybody that has a boat there, they don't even, most of them don't even know how it's calculated. They just want to know what they got to pay. What do they have to pay for their slip? The reason why I like that, we're an enterprise fund. I'm a business guy. I can follow that. I knew if I was on the Marine Advisory, and we'll find out how they do this, but when I was on the Marine Advisory, we knew everything that was spent, okay, operationally. Every year, in detail, we understood it. Somebody had to buy a new hijamajigger, well, we knew that, it was there. And then we knew what we were saving for. And every 20 years, every year, we'd move it up 1 year, every year. So 20 years, and we had a rough idea and we would talk about that. Meeting lasts 45 minutes maximum, sometimes as little as 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Because our main thing was advising the commission as to what they should do. We felt the rates were fine. We were covering all of the expenses because that's what an enterprise fund does. And it gave us an advantage here in the city of Dunedin. When we talk to people that want to buy a house here, they have a right to put a boat down there. And that was cool. Always thought that was cool. And it's pretty easy to understand. It's an enterprise fund, so nobody's making any money, but you have to pay for everything. We do not pay for the rent for the land underneath the water, but everything else we try to take care of. So I just want to point that out before we get any further. That's your recommendation, and I don't get the linear foot. I don't know why we would move off of that. It's a great excuse to go 10% a year, and now I don't know what's happening. I've lost track of what's happening, and I'm in the marina. I've lost track of what's happening in the marina. Really easy. The other way is a very, very easy way to keep track of it, and you should have a schedule out for a good number of years, because our dredging may or may not have to happen in 15 years. It may not have to happen in 20 years. And there's different dredges we can do. We did a bad dredge the last time. We can do an easy dredge. That doesn't cause all of us to get kicked out.
So are you saying that you just don't want to change from the AB to the
No,
linear?
I would not be recommending that.
Okay.
Based on what I just said, for the reasons that I just said.
All right, let's find out how
Sure,
everybody else.
sure.
Okay. Any comments?
Well, Terry, I just kind of wanted you to, and John actually touched on this, not paying for the water under the boat. But I had a brief conversation with you before the meeting about, but there is for liveaboards, talking just about liveaboards, there is the aspect that that's the only place in Dunedin you can live and not pay any kind of property tax for all the other amenities that you enjoy in the city of Dunedin. So I just wanted you to comment about that.
Yeah, I think that there is a benefit that you receive by being in the marina as a liveaboard, that from the municipal services and the amenities and whatnot, and so you may not exactly get, or the city may not really be recovering that cost. Currently it's a city property, so there's no transfer back to the general fund to do something like a payment in lieu of tax or anything like that. We thought about that, but I don't think that. I think if you were to try to implement something like that, you'd have to do it almost as if it was a commercial property, just like what you would charge if you had a private marina in its place. How would you charge, your property taxes on the facility? So, from that perspective, you wouldn't necessarily base it on, whether it was a liveaboard or not a liveaboard. So, we gave some consideration to that, but yeah, that's obviously one of the things that. Is a cost that's really not reflected in the enterprise fund, and probably not. I'm not sure if it's really something you can recover. And I think.
Yeah, you couldn't calculate something. Inherently there's factors here that we have to think. What's our best guess of some of the value? When they
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, and it's a different use as well than a single family home, obviously. So, but that being said, I think that's where we look at the surcharge that others are charging, and we think about that. And obviously the current live aboard surcharge is very low. It's not been increased for a very long period of time. I'm not really sure what the basis was when it was created originally, but I suspect that it might have been related to some of the incremental to add-on costs the vice mayor was sort of talking about at that time, and maybe it got held constant for that period. So just on that basis alone, inflation adjusting for that, it would stand to reason to raise that up. And we offered up a few different options related to that. I did want to mention too that the recommendations for the slip fees, we mentioned linear foot, but I just want to clarify, we are recommending a single rate per size of the slip. It's just that the rate that we're charging each of the slips will vary based on its size on a linear foot basis. So just a minor clarification there too, in case there was some confusion over that.
So I don't have any idea if this is a logical question, so if it's a crazy question, I don't know. So when you think about the linear foot though, so if you're paying, you pay more because of you have the bigger boat.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't charge more for having the bigger boat, could you have a lot of smaller slips and then you could make more money that way, I guess?
So
That's a sensible question.
could you restate the question again?
There you go. So I'm just thinking, you obviously would charge by the size of the boat because if
Slip.
you, let's say you slip, because if you don't have any, like you wouldn't have to have as many large slips, or all slips always the same size.
Well, I
I mean,
think
that's a boat.
they're not
the same
they're not all the same size and width. They can be wider and take more frontage, I guess you could say, as well as the length. And if the boat gets really large, then you need adequate ingress and egress, I would imagine, as well. And I'm not a marina engineer, so I don't want to necessarily delve into areas I'm not an expert at, but
Just trying to understand.
I think there are different.
So if I can just ask a question to go
Please,
with
to
this.
clarify, that would be great.
I mean, whenever we would go to another marina or another, like, I don't know, I think Caladesi or any of those places, they charge by foot, right? They charge by boat.
Well, in our survey, we found that about 50%, 4 out of the 8 respondents said that they charged on a linear foot basis.
Yeah, I mean, that's, no offense, because I know what you like about Dunedin, and I'm not condemning that, but I'm just saying, if you're a boater that goes to other marinas and travels, and you're gonna do your stay over a couple of nights somewhere, they charge you by foot. That's what people understand, in my mind. I get that Commissioner, Vice Mayor does not agree with that, but I'm just saying that I do understand, what I'm saying is I do understand why it's being suggested. Because wherever I go to dock, even if it's overnight for fireworks in Clearwater, it's by the foot.
Well, the one thing, because I was going quickly through it, I do want to mention the philosophy behind it too, because I talked about, it's common, and that wasn't really one of the necessarily the primary considerations. We thought about it from the perspective of the capital costs are getting allocated on the size of the slip. And so a lot of the operating costs when we were thinking about them were kind of related to that as well. The size of the docks, the maintenance of the facilities. You can think about the labor costs as an overhead. You could allocate that based on the size of the slips as well. So a lot of the costs, we were thinking you could allocate on that same methodology, which is effectively similar to like the B methodology. I also agree that kind of probably the most equitable is the area. And we mentioned that, and I didn't get enough time to touch on it, but that it would create some big changes in the rate structure for some folks. And so to be cognizant of that and minimize rate impact, we suggested the linear foot might be a nice step. That doesn't preclude you from changing it in the future at some point either. But that was some other considerations that went into our thought process about the linear foot.
Okay, so,
No, I don't, actually.
Do you have any other questions?
That actually helped, just one. How many transient slips do we have?
I would have to get back to you and look that up. I don't
That's
know.
fine, somebody can get back.
We really don't have
I
any.
know there's
It's not like
any.
a specific.
We don't have.
Yeah,
any.
it's not on the original slide. so
It's
It's fine, you guys can check it out and let me know.
Okay.
We don't have any.
because the slips are all full.
Any questions or comments on the recommendation summary?
Yeah, so just quick comment here. So, first of all, you know, I attended the Marine Advisory Board prior to this meeting, and I have to say they have a very good cross-section of marina occupants, and I think there was a lot of thought that went into this, and I think the comprehensive nature by which you compiled the data is commendable. There are some things, obviously, you're going to be getting back to us on, and for me, it's important that we make our decision that's commensurate with the economic realities and is justified by regional comparison. So, and that's obviously reflected in your study. And it's not a question of if we need to raise our rates, it's really a question of how and how much. And so this goes back to the capital expenditures. We really need to get a handle on that from my perspective, because that's the $600,000 shortfall, that's significant. I just want to make sure that we've done another second check and we've incorporated those sorts of elements into this in terms of allowing us to make that decision, if that makes sense. The difference between A and B and linear foot, I see the benefit of both approaches. And most of the places that I have gone, do charge by the linear foot with a surcharge. And so, I'll reserve any further comment on that only because I've got to think that one through a little bit. But anyway, those are all the comments I have, so thank you.
Commissioner Go?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, under the rate structure on page 29, you delineate between linear and then slip size. But then when we talk about recommendations, you talk about our current method of AB and then area and linear foot. So is there a difference between slip size and area?
No, I think to clarify, the existing rate structure is an AB methodology where the operating cost or the operating budget is allocated equally by each slip. That's the current methodology. And then additional capital costs that you're setting aside for in the future, as the Vice Mayor suggested, would get allocated based on, I think, the area of the slip. And so the combination of those two costs could be calculated to determine that formed the basis for the current fee. The three alternatives that we looked at included a linear foot exclusively. So you take all the costs, and rather than break it up into two different buckets, you take all of your costs in one bucket and you divide by the linear foot for all of the slip sizes. And then for the area, it's the same thing. It's just the difference is instead of linear foot, you're taking the area, which factors in the width of each of the slips as well. So, and we presented a comparison of those three options in the rate design, and what we were recommending was to go to a linear foot basis for some of the reasons we discussed before. But for all purposes, any one of those fees that we would calculate under both the existing or the proposed does come back to a fee per slip. And it's important to mention that because if you had a larger slip come up and you were a smaller size boat, it wouldn't be, you would want to charge based on the slip size. It's an analogy that staff used internally was, if you go to rent a home and you're only one person, you could rent either a 3-bedroom home or a 1-bedroom home, but we shouldn't size that cost to you on the basis of how many people are in the household. We should size it based on the volume of house that you're acquiring, and it's the same could be said for the slips. So we charge based on the slip size is a recommendation for all of them. It's just the methodology and how we formulate the rate per slip.
He didn't understand that one iota. I mean, I'm just looking at you going, I almost didn't understand that.
Explain that now, Jeff, in your words.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry for not.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry, I want you to understand everything. We've got 10 minutes left, and we haven't even let our committees who saw this speak yet. nor have we given any consensus direction or open it to the public. So anything you must ask right now for understanding purposes. He wants a better understanding on linear foot and slip size.
Well, it's also the vocabulary. They used slip size, linear foot, but then area is also in there as well. So one of the questions, so it's like understanding all that. If we're creating a rate structure, what are the differences between that? So if we're talking about area, if we take a 50-foot slip, within that 50-foot slip, are there different widths within that 50-foot slip?
Yes.
Okay. And then also then in your rate structure, and I'm running fast, is you mentioned that by area is more equitable.
Yes.
Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, because area factors in the width of the slip. So, if you have a wider slip and you're using more space within the marina, then you would get a slightly higher fee or a higher fee depending on how large the width of your slip was. So area, for that reason, provides a better relationship to the overall use of the volume of the marina. Now, generally the relationships kind of hold, and we only have 4 major categories of slips, and I need to go back and look at what the width variations on them are, but I think that the linear foot is not unreasonable. And what's interesting about it is that relative to the AB methodology, which incorporates an area for B and a fixed fee for A, relative to the linear foot, they almost approximate the same sort of rate on the rate design. That's on this slide. Go back one more on the linear one. One more forward. So you can see the green line and the blue line. That's where we're charting what the rate is. The blue is the current fee, and then the linear foot is just a straight line right at $7 under the current rate. And so if the blue line were on top of the green line, then both methodologies would produce the exact same slip rate in all cases. Where the blue line deviates from the green line, we would have a slightly different overall slip fee. And the red line's the area, so it produces a much larger differential. And so that's what that chart is trying to communicate, and that's also the relationship of what we mean by linear foot versus area related to the design of the rates. It's all a question of the cost is always the same. It's just a matter of, do we allocate those costs into the AB formula, or do we just divide that cost by the total linear foot of all the slips? Is the difference between the existing method and the linear foot proposed method.
Right, so if we're averaging then, and I'm just going back to the equitable portion, then our smaller boats or smaller slips are carrying a heavier weight of the overall cost of the marina.
Yeah, that's why the red one, you'll notice, see how low it goes when you get to the smaller, and then it would rise as you get to the higher, which would make sense on an area foot basis.
Right.
And the green line is just flat across the board for all. So it just ensures that everybody's paying kind of the same basic rate for the size of the slip. It's not a perfect methodology, but it's a reasonable methodology.
A dinghy or a 50-foot boat.
It's gonna be not even based on the size of your boat. It's based on your slip.
Right. Okay. Well,
and if your boat could fit into it,
to an extent, though, the size of the slip kind of dictates the size of the boat.
It does.
Right.
Yep.
So, okay. Because I go back to that, and I know, Mayor, I'm trying to rush through this, and this is the first questions I've had this entire section.
All right, you got it.
Okay.
Go.
The difference between slip size and linear foot, and you talked about the linear foot seems to be comparable among all, but if I look at that page 29, a lot of those marinas were based on slip size, not necessarily linear foot. So I'm trying to get the commonality of, other than Clearwater.
Like, what's the difference?
Well, Tarpon Landings, Marker 1, Clearwater are all linear foot. Gulfport is not, but if you look...
But it's municipal.
But it's municipal, and if you look...
AP is municipal.
Yeah, and if you look across it, I mean, it's very close to $8 a linear foot for all of their slip sizes. So even those that are not linear foot are close enough in terms of the rate they charge per linear foot.
Yeah, but what's the difference between linear foot and slip size? I think that's what he's trying to say, because
Yeah,
he's saying it is slip size, but.
That's the same. A slip size is the linear, I mean.
Well,
isn't it labeled that way?
sorry, I understand now. It implies that there is, the methodology that relates to designing the fee is not the same for all linear foot, in that it can vary. So when you look at, for example, Tarpon Springs is a good example of that. You're charging a higher amount per linear foot at 25 foot than at 60 foot. But I believe, let me just see here, Tarpon Springs, they charge by slip size, not by boat. So that's why we describe slip size in here, is that basically the fees per slip can vary, and that the rate per linear foot of the slip size is varying. It's not going to be consistent. So when we say linear foot, that means that the fee, that line in that chart is flat, that it doesn't matter, if you're 10 foot or 100 foot. I mean, those aren't realistic, but the point is that if it's $1 per linear foot, then the slip rate's going to be $10 for 10 linear feet, or $100 for 100 linear feet. But if you were, you might be in a situation where they're not charging per linear foot, so maybe they're charging $80 for 100 feet and maybe $50 for 10 feet. So when we say linear foot in this comparison, what we're really referring to is instances where the slip sizes on a per linear foot basis are the same. And then in other cases, they vary, but they still charge per slip size. We define that as slip size on slide number 29.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
You sure? I'm not trying to pressure you, really, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I need to check in with my colleagues. We are going to run over. Is everybody okay with that? You said you had to be somewhere at 1 o'clock.
So, yeah, I'm supposed to be in Largo at 1. I can push it back to give us another half hour. Can that kind of work?
Does that work for
I'll be
everybody?
okay.
I have a 1 o'clock, I have a 1 o'clock appointment as well, but it's here. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Mine's at 1:32, so I'd have to leave by 1.
yeah, I can make that work.
does that work for everybody? Give us a little space?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just going to text my people, so thanks.
Okay, all right, let's let our advisory committee chairs come forward. Sharon, come on down. Chair of our Marina Advisory Committee, we got your recommendation letter. There's no time on this. We got your recommendation letter, essentially supporting everything except staying at the 1.4. I think that was the only difference. And it wasn't really a difference. It was, they were saying 1.5, but they were okay with 1.42.
Commercial, or?
For the commercial and liveaboards, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm speaking as the last year's chair of the Marine Advisory Board, and I'm also on the Finance Board. I guess more importantly, I'm the Finance Board's representative on the Marine Advisory Board. So I've been
Oh, so you're going to speak to both?
No, we have Al and
Okay,
Dave here
gotcha.
from
I'm
the
just-
Finance Board. and
Hey.
Harry and I from the Marine.
Just trying to,
And we have different opinions.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, and as you know, like a 38-year resident and 27 years or so down at the marina, a lot with windlasses and the boat club. Let's see. So we basically agreed, as you saw in our motions, with what the consultant recommended. We do recommend keeping the commercial slip at 1.4 for now, because they're going to be going up by some percent. What I think is really important to me and to the Marina Advisory Board is not necessarily is it linear foot or A and B, or is it 1.4 or 1.5. Those number differentials are not that big a deal. What is a big deal is how much they raise the rate on April 1st, suddenly, because most of the slip renters are not aware of it. I think they recognize that it's going to be a minimum of 10% a year for the next 5 years. A minimum, 10% at first. After you get the real numbers, the next years, they might be more. They might be 15%, But I think what they want to know is they need to budget and plan for a minimum of 10%, and that it could be more in the following years, based upon, you know, what the amenities and what the changes in the capital improvement plans will bring. In terms of the living aboard, I would encourage you to continue to evaluate what the other marinas are doing in terms of live aboard rates, and benchmarks may be more appropriate for live aboards than in the other areas. In terms of benchmarking other marinas for deciding how much we should charge for slips, I think the Marina Board's opinion and mine is that it's not really that relevant what the comparables are. It's interesting, but what's important is how much revenue does the Marina Enterprise Fund need to support the expenses, and what are the expenses, and how can we figure out what they really are. So for the first time in a long time, I was not aware when John was on the Marine Advisory Board, I wasn't involved in all that stuff, but based on the current Finance Board and Marine Advisory Board members, we have none of us have ever seen specific numbers until 2022. And our Marine Advisory Board meeting next month, we're going to go over those numbers in detail for the first time in a very long time, and so that we all have an understanding of it. And I appreciate staff getting that information to us. I think my suggestion is that as we go forward, that we try to see if we can get a small group of people, maybe Les or someone from his staff, a couple of people from Finance Board, and maybe a couple of people that are familiar with numbers from the Marine Advisory Board together to continue to look at the numbers going forward as we get the analysis of what it's going to cost to improve the slips, you know, and the A, B, and C dock, and, you know, would say look at the new master plan, so that we can continuously look at that over time in the spreadsheets and see where do the slip rates need to be as far as 10%, 15%, et cetera. I think that kind of summarizes the comments I wanted to make. Thank you for your time and providing all the information that we've seen now. That's all kind of new information that I hadn't seen since I've been on the Finance Board.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Our finance folks, come on forward. Hey, Dave. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How's your life going?
Good.
Always a pleasure to be with you.
We got your letter as well.
Yes, you did. I am Dave Leffert, and with me is Al Crossman. We are members of the Board of Finance, and we are here to represent and to speak for the Board of Finance. We received this presentation, and we have given it considerable time. We've discussed it at length. And by the way, you have a very active Board of Finance at this point. The meetings are very well attended, and trust me, they have opinions, and they're not the least bit reluctant to share them.
As you never have been before.
Well, perhaps not me, no. And they weighed in on this one, they certainly did. And we looked at it from a slightly different perspective, I think, than others. But regardless, we have submitted our report to you, and our role is to examine, to analyze, and to comment. And that's what we've done, I think. We certainly recognize the marina as a highly valued asset of this city. When we look at it from a business perspective, as a business, we kind of recognize it as an underperforming asset at this point. It is owned collectively by all of the citizens of this community. It is, as are all of the properties that the city has. The marina is an enterprise fund, which means it functions essentially as a business, very similar to a business, where the goods and services provided are paid for by the users of the facility for the operating. So when we look at it strictly as a business, we're looking at a projected revenue this year of about $585,000. Our consultant has identified a need of about $810,000 going forward. So we have a bit of a deficiency there. We have 100% occupancy of these slips. We have no vacancies. We have a waiting list of 81 boat owners that would like to rent there, have no space there. We are currently charging 40% less, apparently, overall, 40% less than other marinas, neighboring marinas, for similar space. They have longer waiting lists than we. We've not had any rate increases in 8 years. In the meantime, the Consumer Price Index increased 26.6%. No business that I know of would operate like this. 4 years ago, we did an internal study through the Parks and Rec Department, and they said slip rent was significantly lower than other marinas, and they proposed rate increases, but we did not implement them. COVID thing, I guess. The long and the short of it is the Board of Finance at this point does not think we should spend 6 years bringing our rates more in line with the market. We think we should be more aggressive than that. We have proposed 25% up front by April 1st. Now, I know that sounds outrageous, 25%. But the majority of the slips down there are 25 feet to 30 feet. We are charging $185 to $211. Neighboring marinas are charging $300 to $336 for the same space. We are 37% under the market. A 10% increase would be $18 to $21 a month. Okay, $230, $250 a year increase. What we are proposing would be $46 to $52 a month. Meal out, $600 a year, I guess. At that, we would still be 23 to 24% under the market. You know, I mean, we're not talking about raising the rent on housing for elderly people here. We're talking about folks that own 25 to 60-foot sailboats and power boats and commercial fishing vessels. We would have to, I mean, you know, Dunedin Marina is not exactly poverty row here. Now, the 25% we came up with was not a random one. We didn't pick it out of the air. We looked at several scenarios. We looked at one that was 35% up front. We looked at one, we couldn't make 10% work. The numbers didn't work for us on the spreadsheets we were looking at. But there was a strategy behind what we were suggesting at 25. And Al, you mentioned if you think, just kind of give them a background on where we came up with the number.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. We tried to take a fact-based approach to this issue and looked at it purely from a business standpoint. We didn't take into consideration a lot of the things that came out of the study in terms of how you calculate rates and you know, where we've been historically. We were agnostic to that. We were solely focused on how do we uphold what the mandate is as we understand the mandates. One being that the Marina Fund or any enterprise fund should run as if it were a business. Not necessarily make a profit, but at least to cover the expenses. The second piece of it is we looked at and in the study there's a spreadsheet, I call it a P&L. We looked at the P&L and tried to understand what would it take for us to get to a positive net ending position as of 2026. So we came up, as Dave mentioned, we didn't just pull 25% out of the air. We looked at 10% a year as the consultants have laid out. We looked at the 37% or whatever that number was initially that they felt that what the gap was between where we're at and where the market is. We also looked at taking a pass at if we were to catch up based on the CPI deficit that we've got, the 26%, and then roll forward using the CPI numbers going forward. Where would that put us? The other thing we took into consideration is, as I understand from Les and his group, is that we are on the hook for the $600,000 or whatever that number is for the first dock go-round. And we're also on the hook, or whatever that number is, for the $1 million. So we're not in a position to debate that. All we wanted to do was, what does it take to get to a positive balance at the end of 2026? So we built a spreadsheet, and just very simply, we took the existing numbers of boats per boat size times the existing rate, then took a 25% upcharge or 25% increase on that rate the first year, took the incremental amount and rolled it into the revenue number. We didn't make any assumptions on revenue. We made no assumptions on cost. All we wanted to do very simply was to calculate the incremental revenue that we could generate given these rate increases. The incremental revenue then, as I mentioned, was then added to the revenue line. So the results of all of that, if you roll it all up, our revenue at the end of 2026 would go from what's currently there at $654,900 to $813,447. And I think Reftelis in their consulting project projected a need of about 810. So we came in very close to that number. The ending balance, the end of 2026, goes from a negative $523, about $500,000, to a positive $45,000. So the other piece that we wanted to look at was the fact that, as it's stated in the financial plans that we put together, the ending balance, the target for the ending balance is to be 25% of the operating budget.
Reserve.
The reserve, thank you. So we're not at 25% using this methodology, but we're not negative either. It also sets us up for going forward then. So if you take a look then at comparing the 10% per year, which is what was presented in the consultant study, and what we're proposing, the fund balance, as I mentioned, goes from a negative $147,000 to a positive $45,000, talking about 2026. It's not, again, does not reach the target of 25%, but it is certainly positive as opposed to being negative. Also, under the 10% plan per year, there were increases proposed in 2026 and 2027. In the way we calculated it, there would be no increase in those 2 years. So our proposal was 25% front-loaded, essentially, plus 10% per year for the next 2 years.
I was very pleased with Sharon's comments at the end of her program that you know, we need to take a deeper dive into this. We don't know exactly what our needs are going to be. She suggested that we kind of get together and partner somewhat, and Board of Finance is certainly willing to do that. We're willing to do a subcommittee within the board if you want us to do that, if you want to do an ag hoc committee, if we want, I don't know how you want to set it up, but getting together with the members of the Marine Advisory and the Board of Finance and staff and taking a deeper dive in figuring out exactly where we need to be with this thing. But we do need to get it started, and we're comfortable with what we have proposed here. We got a lot of backup stuff to suggest that this is, we really do think this is the best way forward. So with that, that's the presentation of the board, and
thank you, and thank you for your deep dive. We appreciate that.
Pleasure.
Okay, so Jennifer, do you have a communications plan on any of this with the general slip folks?
Yeah, do you want to speak to that, Nicole?
Yeah, that was part of, I think I put in the notes of the agenda item, was to, work with Lori and put a notice in the newsletter, as well as direct email communication to all the slip users, to kind of have an open forum, or several, however we need to reach them. And then obviously, direct communicate through email if we have to do printed flyers, newsletters, whatever we need to do to make sure we reach everybody and get everybody's questions answered.
Because I don't think you can do a rate increase on April 1st if we're doing a communications plan and having meetings or multiple meetings, and then us vote on the ordinance or resolution that would make the changes. I just don't see how you do that by April 1st. Maybe May. I'm just saying, let's at least be flexible on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to let me just ask
Yeah,
this
I just
question.
wanted to comment on that.
Are you gonna, are you looking for us to give you some consensus on the major points here?
Well, I would like to make some ground here today, if you will.
Because, I mean, otherwise, we're gonna have another, how are you gonna create the, how are you gonna create the ordinance or the resolution or any of that?
Well, and plus any sort of communication that we have with the slip renters.
You wanna communicate what the general direction we're going in.
Correct.
Okay, so, right now, we've heard from both the committees, right now, what you're suggesting is an annual increase of generally 10% beginning in April or May. Whatever, I mean, let's not shortchange the communication process, right?
Correct.
Okay, can I have some general consensus, maybe a show of hands, if that's okay with everybody at this point? And we have to give them something to.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure I'm ready to go on the record with an exact thing to lay out to the marina people, because I thought that was interesting with Finance Board. I'm not saying I want to go all the way there. I totally agree with let's talk dollar increases versus percentage, because that can seem inflammatory at times. I'm not ready to say, that I want to look more at that. I want to get more comfortable with what the pieces are before we kind of lay it out to a group of people and say, yeah, this is what the commission in consensus feels. Now, I mean, the one thing I was going to add about your commentary is maybe if we're going to need a little more time to get to where we want to be, I mean, maybe on April 1st, that if everybody's expecting a minimum of 10%, we do a minimum of 10%, give ourselves a little time to make sure what we know what the rest. It's just a thought. But I just feel like today, do I want to absolutely say this is it and go to a forum and say, yeah, this is what the commission's? I
agree with you. I'm exactly in the same spot, but.
And this is fine, that's where I'm trying to do this. I'm not trying to force anybody to make an uncomfortable decision at all.
And let me ask a question to that. You know, if we were to do something like that today, could we move up the next milestone increase to, say, October of 2023 vice October of 2024?
Sure. We can do anything we want.
Yeah, so,
I mean, there's a recommendation, we're responding to the recommendation.
yeah.
You know, I mean, our staff has gone through all of this, they've heard what Finance Board has to say, they've heard what Marine Advisory, they've heard what Harbor Master, engineering, I mean, they've heard finance, our finance director. So based on all of their input and the consultant, they've made this recommendation. So it's our job to respond to our comfort level or not comfort level with it.
I think the difference between the Board of Finance recommendation and staff's recommendation, the consultant's recommendation, is whether or not you front load this rate study. And I think it's a matter of philosophy here. I understand that an enterprise fund is to be run like a business. It is not to make profit. It is to ultimately, within that the 5-year, 10-year plan, to balance that budget within the enterprise fund. Our philosophy in approaching this rate study and any increase in the rate study is to ensure that we don't have a lot of rate shock going on within the marina.
Well,
we view this as.
I'm sorry, we do that with every fund that we do. We do
look at the rate shock.
What do you call it? Rate spreading or rate.
Correct. This is an amenity for the residents of the city of Dunedin. It is not a commercial enterprise. I am aware of how to run a business. I'm aware of how they are run. However, this is an amenity in like a park for the residents of the city of Dunedin. The important part is we eventually get there. We get in the black in this fund, and that's the important part. the use of an interfund loan in year 2026 or 2024 when we want to do the dock, and in 2026 as well. It's a loan from one fund to another, and it would be, in this case, it would most likely be the building fund, because we're funded at 225% right now in that fund, to accomplish your goal eventually, which is to replace those docks, avoiding the rate shock here and now. So it's really a matter of the philosophy that you want to use approaching these improvements.
How you get there.
We're looking at the long term. Eventually, this fund will be balanced, and eventually those docks will be built. And eventually, all of those capital projects that we're considering, and we looked at everything with the exception of what might come from the Marina Master Plan. So all of that is rolled into this rate study, and we have I'm not even going to say we have a realistic idea of all the capital improvements that we need within the marina, and that is reflected in staff's proposal here. So it really is a matter of the way that the commission would like to approach this. Front load it, or work it in over time, but you get to the same spot eventually. That's the important part.
I mean, I'm totally okay with going with your recommendation to communicate unless everybody else out there has something else to, tells us that there's some problem after our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then also listening to what they have to say.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, that's the other thing. They may come back and say, we can't do that, or you're picking on one user group over another, or, I mean, there's going to be changes that we'll have to address as well.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, I'll say, I mean, I don't know, maybe John wants to jump in. I mean, if we want to go out and basically just kind of get people up to date and say this is the minimum that's going to happen, but it's not really decided yet, so that we are clear that the expectation is way out there that this is the minimum, that gives us more breathing space, and it also educates Sharon's kind of giving me the feeling that there's a lot of education going on anyway. But if we want to formally make sure of that, then this is the floor. But it's not really decided that it's absolutely the floor. I mean, it could be more because it's complicated, and I've used this before. I give myself permission today not to make a final decision because we've gotten a lot of information, and it's the first time that we've been able to talk about it together, and I'm not comfortable with an absolute being put out to the marina people. An update, this is the floor.
I think the way you're saying it is probably okay. What I don't want, except we can say that all day long, and you told us and you did something different. How many times does that happen? So I'm not exactly sure how to bring this home.
Well, we sure do communicate better than if Duke Energy jumps it up 20% and doesn't, So I'm just saying, I understand, but again, I'm comfortable with that. But you're right, we have to totally communicate appropriately, that the commission is discussing, they're concerned it might not be enough, and they are deciding, they're going to look at the finance board plan, they're going to look at, this is the floor.
Is everybody else okay with that?
I'm not done talking at all amongst us. I haven't heard enough. And second of all, Marine Advisory, if I may, and I'm not picking, I'm just saying, they haven't seen operation costs, and I haven't asked them, but have they seen the capital forecasts on this? We used to spend a lot of time doing the capital forecasts of anything that's in there. I don't know what's all in there, and so but they're going to look at it, and I'd like for them to do that. I would also like for them, if they haven't been seeing this, is to go back and look at a couple things that occurred. One of them is we did a dredge, okay? We did a dredge different to what we were told we were doing. We were all kicked out of the marina, so we lost the revenue, and handled, well, that's another story. And what do they plan to do this time when they do the dock? I don't know what that's going to be. So I'm unclear. I'm unclear of what we're going to end up having to charge to cover all of our costs.
But I don't think we're going to be clear until we get the master plan done. So
I would also agree with that.
I think what they're trying to do.
Go up.
Right,
Cost.
right. I think what it's trying to do is get something started ASAP to cover what we haven't done in 5 to 8 years or whatever.
Master
we're-
plan could go down. Master plan could go down. We
It
did a
could,
dredge,
but
we did
we're-
a dredge. We paid, in my opinion, I would like for Marine Advisory to look at what we did with the dredge.
I think they've talked about that dredge about 1,000 times now.
Yeah,
I
how
mean,
much-
just saying.
You know, they took out, what did they take out and what did they thought they were gonna think they were gonna take out? and
But I
how they
don't
did
think
the
that
dredge.
has to do with this.
Sure it does. They're gonna do a dredge again. They got a dredge
Yeah,
number
but
in
that
it.
dredge is how far out? 2035?
2035.
We're talking about
2035.
2035, we're in
2035.
2023. So I think what's really important here is there is a hole needed to be filled by an increase of revenue that needs to get started now. When we approve our ordinance, and Nikki, tell me this, when we approve our ordinance, we're not approving forever.
Well, right, you can always amend your ordinances by the same method that you use to enact them.
And when we approve a budget, we'll be discussing the rates every single year. You'll look at the budget, this particular budget shows a 10% increase in rates. Or we think because of the master plan, it needs to go up or it needs to go down. So that happens every single year. So it's not like we need to plug the hole, and that's my biggest concern. If all else would be equal, I'd rather wait for the darn master plan than do this, which is why I said to Jen earlier in the beginning, we're doing this because we have a hole to fill.
That's correct.
And this is an interim step until we get the master plan and then rerun the program that you've built for us, right?
Correct.
So
I do want to add, Terry and Tristan both presented in November to the Marine Advisory Board and the Board of Finance with basically this presentation. So they have looked at those capital, projects going out for several years with what's been included and identified. And yes, you're right. The longer we postpone an implementation, the more compounded the issue is going to be. So when we first talked, we were looking at an increase starting in October, but we thought if we could capture an additional few months in the year, that will help kind of, with that smoothing over time. So just to have that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to go meet with the rest of the slip renters, right?
Yes.
And then what would your next step be?
So Mayor, if I may, let me do this, and I know that there's a member of the public here too. What I'd like to do is sit and meet with our consultants to talk a little bit about the discussions that we've had, the additional information that all of you would like to see. We want to communicate with the slip renters sooner than later as far as this discussion and what the City Commission has under consideration. We have room at the April, I believe, I can actually make room at a work session late in March or early April, a workshop to report back to you on some of the comments from the slip renters, and also to do a little bit of additional research and bring back those recommendations to you as far as some of the information that we've received today. And then we can have another discussion
Because
on
the
this.
ordinance is going to require 2 readings, isn't it?
Yes. And then we'll we'll move this model back to May 1st and tell you what that looks like.
Yeah, you're not going to make it with that either. If you count, if the time that it's going to be to advertise and having 2 readings.
Mhm.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me just go back. Is there anybody else from the public that wishes to come forward and speak to this item? Come on down.
I'll try to keep this to.
Come to the microphone, please.
I know.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'll
Yeah,
try to
because
keep
we
this
have 3
below the
minutes
2 pages that I've written, yeah. Yeah. I'm Harry Matthews, Captain Harry, Windstar Sailing Charters, Dunedin Marina. I've had a boat in the marina since 1969, minus the time that I spent living on the water. One of my favorite things to do is to have a family or somebody walk up and say,
oh, that's a cool boat, can we go? And be able to, for them to afford it. It's a great thing. And I think one of the reasons that I can't afford to do that is because this is an enterprise fund marina, and it is not, yes, it's a business, absolutely it's a business, but it's not really, it's kind of almost a non-profit business, like my sailboat. Sailboat eats more than I can feed it. But I make money. I wouldn't do it if I didn't make money. When you're looking at this too, when you're looking at the amenities and the other things of some of the other marinas, they're not the same. And I don't like to run down our marina, but the showers at the Dunedin Marina are.
Purpose of the master plan, my friend.
Thank you. Done. Some of the other marinas that you compare to, pools, ice, fuel, marine mechanics, that kind of thing. So those top-end marinas don't supply that. There are people on the docks catching lines for you in those other marinas, some of them. And I'm going to cut to the chase. I had them all covered. We need to stay in touch with the fact that the enterprise fund entity, right now we're a little behind, sadly. I've seen the marina. It really saddens me that we are behind, but I appreciate that the city did not say, okay, we're going to raise the rates COVID year, because I had no income. None, zero, zip. It took me all of 2021 to recover what I had to put back in. And I'm talking about from a business point. I don't know about the people that, just live on the, I do know what it costs to own a boat in the marina. I think that the MAC committee has done a really good job of looking at the stuff. I understand the business people are saying, we owe money, let's pay it. Well, that's great. Welcome, good luck, because here they come. You're going to have the same kind of noise that you had with the dredging. And I don't want that for you. And I have 45 seconds, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Okay, so what I think I hear, you're going to put it on a future agenda as an informational item to get direction from us.
Yeah, it looks like I'll look at April 4th.
And listen, you
and-
can,
right,
listen, you
and move
can
that back to
use,
June 1st.
if we have problems with Thursday night, that's a perfect time to talk about it.
Yes, February
So I'm just
21st.
saying, use that, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, like February 21st, probably going to be a light meeting, so.
February 23rd.
Okay.
Whatever
Apologize, February 23rd.
I'm just saying, just trying to,
Right, no.
listen, you don't have
That's
to.
great.
I
is
would absolutely support February 23rd and, the gravity.
Well, it depends if they get to these people first. I mean, we're on January 24th, so that's 30 days.
Yeah.
Then they have to prepare. All I'm saying is, it can be on a Thursday
The
night.
earliest one possible.
But the real point I want to make is I think, I understand that there is a hole that needs to be plugged, and I feel a sense of
Right.
urgency
Or
about
I
this.
do too.
And so anyway, I'll leave it at that.
But you didn't live through the dredging.
No, I did not.
No, but I did.
I'm teasing you. I'm totally teasing you.
It's okay.
Because
But
I would rather take an extra week and communicate correctly. After that, whatever it takes to communicate correctly to get the tried and true information that we really need.
Well, and at some point, depending on how complicated it gets, I'm just saying, we may want to go ahead and put the floor 10% in on April 1st, so we give ourselves a little more breathing room for the next step. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
I mean, but that, again, an ordinance needs to be put together and advertised
so the earlier we
now.
decide that,
In
the
order
earlier
to,
it's done.
yeah, but you won't be able to accomplish it. That's what I'm saying. Are you all interested in, what's today? So we have a meeting on Thursday. Do we want, we couldn't do it on Thursday. But I mean, do we want to give consensus direction to bring back an ordinance for a 1-year 10% increase now? Because it's 2 advertisements, that's a 30-day window that's needed in order to pass it. April 1st, March 1st, and then whatever the next agenda that this can be on for a 1-year period. Do you see when you're counting the weeks out? We can't wait if you want it on April 1st.
And then we'd like to see how we distribute that, A and B.
Yeah, see, you don't know. Because we haven't changed the way it's done.
I mean, in either way, in either event, even if you kept the A and B, I mean, to implement that change, I mean, I know I attached, what folks will be looking at, anywhere from an increase of, $16 a month to, I think the most expensive was 42. So that's what they'd be looking at, for an increase per month at that 10% at your current structure.
And if I could just add, I think that the biggest thing was the revenue sufficiency piece, that irrespective of the rate structure, that, implementation of the rate revenue adjustments to the slip fees would be probably the most important thing to do to get the rates up to where they need to be.
So I think, Mayor, if I will, staff's recommendation is linear. We're perfectly fine with A and B. If you want us to draft an ordinance, 10% A and B, then I think that we should do that, and it will buy us the time in order to solicit that public input and come back to the commission with that comprehensive report and get further direction from the commission.
And then the direction would either be for the following October or the October after.
Correct, yes, because that would be when we're
October
raising.
2023.
Right. It'll
Right,
give
and that
people
was
lots
my
of
big
notice.
thing. Let's make sure we're communicating that clarity. That it's 10% on April 1st, but it could very well be
Another 10% for October
on
23.
October 1st, same
Which then
year.
gives us enough cushion
does.
to discuss.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's.
It's going slightly against what
that's a
you
good way
all
to
were
go.
recommending, but it's also moving, it makes some sense, because then you go through the budget process and it doesn't,
I think-
then you talk about the change in the AB to the linear,
Right, I think that's a great idea, Mayor, is just.
and then it's just, okay.
10%, yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I am, we're managing the B. The most important, really important thing is we have not been managing the B well, and I'm not sure about A, but we will, if we watch it.
Jeff? Okay, so you got your thing for April
Just
1st.
a quick question.
Sorry.
So, just so I understand, we are affording ourselves the flexibility to do another rate increase in October of '23. Okay, yeah.
After discussion,
Yes.
yes,
Of course, yeah.
we're not saying we're gonna,
No,
but we're just saying that that's an,
flexibility.
yes,
Flexibility,
option.
yeah.
But this way you get something implemented,
Right.
but you still have to bring the ordinance back. So there'll still be a public hearing.
Yes,
People will still be able to come forward and speak to it. It just, they won't be speaking to this 40-some page
correct.
thing that was even difficult for us to grasp.
And then that.
Not that there was anything wrong with it, please don't take it that way.
And then with our slip renters, we can take some time.
Yes, and that's what's important to me. After the dredge, it just, and, obviously, we want communications deeply involved in this, and,
Yes.
okay. Well, we got some consensus direction, that's good.
No, it's-
All right, I want to thank you guys, as our consultant, Nicole, all the people that worked on this, for working hard. I am going to skip any reports unless you all have things you have to tell us. You can certainly send us an email. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.